The screen can share my for teachers also. Hmm? Can share. Just just save. Just go to this YouTube. Sending out the link. WhatsApp. Go to that site. Yeah. Audio is coming. Hello, check. Check. Dr. Sinas, audio is there. Check. 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 Audio check. Hello. Hello. Play.
Om Dhanvantaraye Namaha. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Pritimai Sahu from Chikitsa Department, Associate Professor in Shri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Farrukhabad, UP. I welcome you all to today's program, Vasti Prabodhanam 2023. So before starting anything, I bow my head on the lotus feet of Dhanvantari, Lord Dhanvantari, and I will ask his blessings for all of us who are gathered here for this Sambhasha Parishad. So let us start with Dhanvantari Vandana. Mama Dhanvantarimadevam Suradevam Loke Jara Bhayamrisham Dhataramisham Vividhoshadhitam Pancha Dehabhajam Sampajaratamkam Na Dhanvantarimadide Neelambudkantikantam Dwadashamakhyamurtim Purtim Shata Sumanoranam Namami Dhanvantarimadev Namami Dhanvantarimadevam Nam Dhanvantarimadevam.
So first of all, I would like to welcome you all to this Vasti
Vasti
Prabodhanam
Prabodhanam
National
Webinar
Webinar
on Vasti Karma.
I would
welcome all the delegates, all the students and teachers who are present here with us for this program.
I would like
I
to
would like to
welcome
welcome our principal, sir, Dr.
Srinivas
Srinivas G. K. Sir.
I would like
I
to
would like
welcome
to
all
welcome
our
all our speakers, guest speakers of today, Dr. Lohit B.A., Dr. Binita A., and Dr. Pratibha C.K. I would like to welcome all our organizing committee members from the Department of Panchakarma,
Dr.
Vishwanath Mishra, HOD Panchakarma, Dr. Niharanjan Mahanta, Associate Professor, Panchakarma Department, and Dr. Sina, Assistant Professor, Panchakarma.
Then
I would like to welcome
all
our patrons,
Dr.
Dr. Shailendra Sir,
who is
who is the chairman of JS Group,
Dr.
Dr. Sunita Yadav ma'am,
who is
who is director of our JS Group, and Dr. Surendra Kumar Vishal Sir, who is vice principal JS Group.
I would
like to welcome all of you.
Now, moving
moving
to
on to inaugural session,
I would
invite
invite
our principal sir,
Dr.
Dr. Srinivas GK sir, to kindly inaugurate the program.
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय धन्वन्त्रये अमृतकलशहस्ताय सर्वामय विनाशनाय त्रैलोक्यनाथाय श्रीमहाविष्णवे नमः।
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Srinivas sir for welcome speech.
Om Shri Vigneshwaraya Namaha. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Om Shri Dhanvantari Namaha. Good morning, everyone. Dear friends, today is very auspicious day. As you all know, we are celebrating Sri Ramanavami. I wish you very happy Sri Ramanavami. I pray in the God for good health and fortune for everybody. Dear friends, first of all, I congratulate and appreciate our Panchakarma department faculties, Professor Mishra, Dr. Nihar, Dr. Shinaz, for arranging today's webinar session on Vasti Prabodhanam. For this beautiful event, without our chairman support, that is Honorable Dr. Shailendra Yadav sir, it would have been never possible. I welcome wholeheartedly our chairman sir for this wonderful session. I will welcome respected Honorable Director Madam Dr. Sunita Yadav for their support and valuable inputs for every function in our college. I would like to welcome today's distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Lohit B.A. He is a very popular teacher and practitioner in the Department of Panchakarma from SGM Hassan Ayurvedic Medical College, and he is very close friend of mine. I welcome Professor Lohit on the behalf of Sri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College, Farkabad, for today's event. The next distinguished guest for today's event is Dr. Binita A., Professor from the Panchakarma Department, Vaidya Ratnam PS Warrior College, Kottakkal, Kerala, I welcome you, Madam, from Shri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College, Farukhabad, for this today's event. I welcome Professor and Dr. Pratibha CK from GSAMC Haupur for the today's wonderful event on the behalf of our college and fraternity. I welcome all the participants who got registered from the for the today's event, and most important, that is not none other than our students from all over India. I wholeheartedly welcome for today's webinar session, and I wish let this session be fruitful for them in building up their career. Last but not least, I welcome all my colleagues and my students of our college for this active participation. Friends, Panchakarma is a main tool to treat almost all the diseases in Ayurveda. Out of them, Vasti Karma is considered as Pradhana Karma because it mainly deals with Vata dosha. As we all know, Pittam Pangu, Kafam Pangu, Pangavo Maladatavaha, Vayuna Yatra Niyate, Tatra Gachanti Meghavat. Vayu is one which is responsible for all the activities like metabolism, catabolism, and anabolism. If this Vayu get Vikruta, then all the diseases will get manifested. Hence, Vayu should be controlled properly by means of Shodhana and Shamana. Keeping Shodhana in view, Vasti Karma plays very important role. And today's our distinguished guest will speak on various aspects of what Vasti Karma. Once again, I welcome everybody and I wish grand success for today's webinar session. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we will start with our scientific session. So, our first guest speaker who is with us, Dr. Lohit B.A. sir. I would like to give some introduction about him. So, he is the HOD and Associate Professor in Department of PG Studies in Panchakarma, SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan, Karnataka. He has completed his BMS from RGHS Bangalore SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan, and MD from the same college in Panchakarma. He has also completed his PhD from the same college. And he has received so many academic awards and achievements in his career time. Fellowship Award from International Academy of Ayurveda Physician Jamnagar on October 2007. Ayurveda Bhushan Award during the year 2012. SDM Doctor 2013 on the occasion of Doctor Day celebration. He has also received Certificate of Excellence in Top 10 Doctors during the 2014. He has a teaching experience of 14 years in UG and 14 years in PG. Such a long experience he had. He has published many papers and books, published 2 books on the textbook of Panchakarma for undergraduate students and Wisdom on Vasti Karma for postgraduate students. So many academic activities count his account, like about 22 conferences and seminars, 6 paper presentations, and 48 publications on research articles. So I would like to invite him to the today's first session of our Vasti Prabodhanam. Welcome, Dr. Lohit B. sir. His topic is Introduction to Vasti Karma. I would like to hand over this session to him to start.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. I
Thank you.
request the organizer to allow me, allow me to share the screen.
Sir.
Meanwhile, I take this opportunity to thank the principal of Shri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurveda Medical College, Farukhabad, Dr. Srinivas GK sir, and other organizers who have taken a lot of pain in conducting this very unique topic, Vasti, which is said to be one of the important chapter, one of the important point in practicing Ayurveda and basically Panchakarma. think it's now we can share. My sub share kar do.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen from there.
Yes, yes. Before coming to as such to Basti itself, I would like to have small introduction about Panchakarma is unique branch, of course, you promotive and curative. Yeah, any Panchakarmas we can consider as these are the basic pillars we can plan for purpose. Here, of course, to achieve all this preventive, promotive, and curative together, maybe we can consider as an biopurification, Shodhana, the main concept of Panchakarma. Here, to achieve the biopurification, all of you know, we need Snehana, we need Svedana, of course. Many a times we tend to do only Snehana and Svedana and we do Shodhana, forgetting the...
Sir, sorry to disturb. One pop-up screen is visible on this slide actually. If you can just close it.
One second.
It's okay now.
So, just I was telling this preventive, promotive, and curative. Then I told about the concept of biopurification. We can plan for any purpose, maybe preventive, promotive, or curative. Many times we tend to do only Snehana and Svedana. Majority of the times we give importance for Paschat Karma. We give proper Snehana, we give proper Svedana, then we do main Pradhana Karma, but we tend to neglect the Paschat Karma many times. Paschat Karma has equally responsible in getting the benefits of Shodhana. If you're not doing Paschat Karma properly, maybe the Ahara Vihara, Rashtanindita, Vishayas, all factors should be considered and one has to give much importance for Paschat Karma also. Apart from this, I believe only Paschat Karma means only it's not related with Samsarjana Karma, rather later we need to give Rasayana Chikitsa also. Together we can achieve the Shodhana effect. Many times we give Snehana, Svedana, and then we give either Shodhanas, and we tend to neglect last two, this Paschat Karma, this immediate Shodhana, the Samsarjana concept, and second is the giving some Rasayana Aushadas. This is quite very important to have a complete benefits. Of course, this Basti concept has arrived with the intention to overcome the overloading of oral drug administration, making the tender of this stomach and many attempts to get the gastric problems. That may be the reason this concept of this Basti has been arrived. Alternative control in modern also, I think we can appreciate there are alternative control release preparations, sublingual preparations, administration, transdermal, subcutaneous, parental, all these are there, but none of these which are relatively matches with our Basti Chikitsa. So many a times we compare, this is one of the lateral treatment or alternative treatment for oral medication. It's nothing to do with that. Rather, Basti has a major role in controlling all dosha, including Sannipata, including even Rakta, if you consider Rakta as one of the Chaturtha dosha. Of course, this rectal administration, modern science, they try to give this medicine when patient is unconscious or when patient is really vomiting. Then they may think of giving this rectal route of administration. But in Ayurvedic concept, entirely different. Approximately 50% of the drug that is absorbed from the rectum will bypass the liver. The potential for the hepatic first phase metabolism thus is less than that of an oral dose. However, rectal absorption often is maybe an irregular or incomplete and may drug cause irritation to the rectal mucosa also. This is one of the adverse effect of maybe to some extent of Shodhana Bastis. When you look at the concept of practice with respect to the Ayurveda, it requires any adoption and updates in the system according to the present technology may not be a debatable one. If you look at the concept of treatment principle, maybe transdermal or transrectal, it's not necessary we need to have a debatable issue. So we can administer this Basti to get a maximum benefits. When you look at the importance of Basti, it has been clearly mentioned, Basti as an Ardha Chikitsa and Sarva Chikitsa. This Basti can be adopted as a concept of preventive also, as a part of promotive also, as a part of rejuvenative also, as a part of curative also. When you look at the promotive aspect, we have a concept of Vaistapana, we have a concept of Sarvarthakari. I think we can see the importance of Sarvarthakari, means which performs all functions of a body. Even it mentioned Drudavayaha, Pustikaraha, or Prakriti Stapana, to improve the Ruchi. All these concepts we can say as a promotive aspect. When you look at the concept of curative, when you look at the benefits of Basti, they are mentioned Stabdata, Sankuchadasta, Pangavo, Bhagdarugna, Shaka, Chu, Shulaharaha, Kukshiramaya, Marma, Urda, Sarvanga Vayascharogarha. So almost all Marma, Sarvanga, Avayavaha, whole body, whenever there is a vitiation of any doshas, we can plan for administration of this Basti. Then third, we can consider as an this preventive aspect, rejuvenative aspect. They are mentioned Shukra Bala Pradaha, Rakta Prasadana, Vaji Karoti. See, there's so much of wide range of application has been given. It does the increases the quantity and quality of Shukra. I think Shukra is said to be an as one of the Vedic Shamatva also we can consider. And Rakta Prasadana, restores all blood and other dhatus, of course, Vajikaroti. Apart from this, Basti has a greater role in controlling the mentally ill person also. So you have mentioned Meda Krut, Buddhi Indya Prasadanaha, then Arshaha, Sapna Nurutihi, means it induces the normal sleep. So this Basti we can adopt for mental illness, for physical illness, for a promotive and preventive. So overall, the whole population, we can think of planning this Basti Karma, not necessarily only to treat the disease, rather mentally also, then preventive also, and promotive also. So this Basti has a greater role of application when you are considering Panchakarma as such. As I mentioned, Basti we can plan for not necessarily only for Vata. Of course, Vata they are said to be Shrestha, but apart from that, we can plan for even Pitta, Rakta, and even Sannipata Vadi. So even almost all Vadis we can cover only with Basti. Of course, Basti has a multi-dimensional therapeutic effect based on the selection of drugs. We can plan as per the desire. So one more, before coming to other next slide, mentioning Sushruta has clearly mentioned in Sushruta Chikitsa 37 chapter, he has given some similes. So what is the outcome of this administration of Basti? He has mentioned it strengthens like an elephant. The Bala will be so much, your Varikshamatra will be so much as that of equal to the elephant. It speeds like a horse. The energy will be so much in the body, like an horsepower. We tend to say commonly the horsepower. That much of speed one will have. The brilliance like gods. That much of brilliance will be there. Those who take this Basti, then get rid of the sins. Get rid of these sins means get rid of any conditions, any disorders, and it capable of retraining the scripture for long time. I think Meda Kruth that I mentioned, it capable of retraining scriptures for long time and lives for thousands years. I think no other chikitsa has been mentioned. There Sahasra Vayo, no, not Shata, not 100, rather Sahasra Vayo. Even one can live for 1,000 years. That much of importance has been given. I think if you're understanding this, only this shloka, that gives an introduction to the whole concept of our whole importance of Basti. Okay, in Sushruta Chikitsa, 37th chapter, I think 75th shloka, I think has clearly mentioned about this similes. Strengthens like elephant, speeds like horse, get rid of sins, brilliancy like a god, capable of retraining the scripture for a long time, lives for 1,000 years. That much of importance has been given to this Basti. This Basti, of course, has wider range of application. Even apart from that, also we can plan for this Basti. No, still from birth to death. Of course, gender has no bars. We can think from lean to obese. All three doshas, even including Rakta also. Of course, all dhatus, we can have different Bastis. And of course, for any Roga Marga, maybe Bahya, Madhyama, whatever, we can go all Roga Margas also, we can plan for administration of this Basti. So this much of Basti benefits only will get, it's possible only when you have properly meticulously planned. So if you're not seeing the Basti's concept, then simply for administering the Basti, I don't think so. You will have a maximum Basti. Rather, we need to have at least minimum 10 factors. No, Samiksha, Devshaushada, Kala, Satma, Agni, Svayo Balani. All factors we should be analyzed. We need to see the dosha, we need to see the Aushada, Dvesha, Kala, and then Satma. Every one point has to be analyzed. Then we need to choose the Basti, where patient fit for that Basti. Then we can have Sarvartakari Siddhimanti. We can achieve all benefits. I made it very simple way. No 6 steps to success. One is, of course, we need to see, we need to look at the patient, we need to mentally, we need to fix the patient, prepare the patient, physically or mentally, we need to advise the patient. Follow the indication and contraindication meticulously, which Basti is preferred in that condition, we need to see. Check the ingredients. See, where they are mentioned, Aushada. Aushada is, of course, many times we tend to end up with the complication of Aushada doshas, while preparation and all. We should ensure that Aushadas. Then prepare the medicine methodologically. Sometimes we tend to prepare, we tend to go in the shortcuts. That may not be gives clear picture or clear benefits of Basti. Rather, we need to think about the preparation of Basti methodologically. Then find proper instruments. That's also quite very important. Sometimes Basti enema or Basti Putaka will be blocked. Sometimes Basti will be coming out immediately. So that because of improper instrument, see that your instrument is proper and administer properly. You should know how much we need to introduce. You should know all the other factors. If you are following these minimum 6 steps, of course, Basti procedure will be very effective, and we can get all benefits of what I have explained, which is mentioned in the concept of Sushruta as such. Of course, Charaka has clearly explained also as an Ardha Chikitsa and Sampurna Chikitsa, but Sushruta has given some insight about the benefits at a similes. This is another one. If you are looking for this, it looks very good. More than 100 trillions microorganisms in the intestines are present. A number 10 times more than or greater than that of the total number of human cells in the body. That much of huge microorganisms are there in the gut flora. So 300 to 1,000 different species are there. So we are targeting to the such a big area, such a route which are exposed to the main gut flora, where your body will be healed up, or body will be nourished. To the target area itself, we are targeting to the Basti Karma. I think that's the reason Basti is said to be Sarvartakari and Basti is said to be in Sampurna Chikitsa. Hope you got my point. Administration of medicine to the area where things will be absorbing. Targeting tissues will be absorbing. That's the reason the Basti is said to be more effective. Just so far I was explaining the importance of Basti about is Ardha Chikitsa and all other benefits. Only when it is planned meticulously. I mentioned the 6 points also. We have planned 6 points. Definitely will get good benefits. So of course the dosage, see the colon can accommodate 3 to 4 liters of fluid. So descending colon 1.5 liter. So lesser than that, I think the Acharya, as I mentioned, that's 1.5 liter is the maximum dose of Neurobasti which it mentioned. Of course, the Basti, whatever the Basti dose, and maybe if you consider 4 liter, 1/3 of that colon has been mentioned here, maybe from Avara Matra to Uttara Matra, from 960 ml to 1200 is the dose of Neurobasti. By this they have confirmed only by assessing the what is the accommodation, how much liter the colon can accommodate, that to descending colon. That's after considering all these points they have mentioned, the maximum dose of Neurobasti should not be crossed more than 1.2 liters. I think there are many concepts, even this Basti quantity should be based on the of course, we get reference of only with the age, but in other references, we get some Madhya Matra, Avara Matra, Madhya Matra, Uttama Matra also. Here, I would like to give one point with 1200 ml, where Purushushita has been mentioned 7 feet. So if we're calculating based on the height also, we can give an average of Indian height 5.6 inches. We can think of giving almost 950 ml. That may be the reason Uttama Matra recently they mentioned Uttama Matra of Neurobasti may be 950 based on this concept. Shushita had mentioned 7 feet is an maximum height of Purusha. So if you're calculating 7 feet into divided by 1200, so if 1 inch, it will be around 14 ml. So if you're calculating for 5.6, it comes to 950. Okay, some issue with that. Here, the dimension, I think I have mentioned already. The Shakagata, Koshtagata, Sarva, Urdhva, Marma, Avayangasha. I think I mentioned this already. No disease without Vata, and no other than Basti treats Vata. Of course, I think all of even principles for sir explained the importance of Vata and which will be influencing in all the disease. So here, Charaka Siddhi, we as mentioned, we can manage this Vata, treat Vata disorders only by administering Basti. Of course, there are a number of classifications. So I would like to highlight only the few classifications here. Utkleshana, Dosha, and Shamana Bastis, where based on the purpose, we can plan either of these Bastis, whether you want to do Utkleshana, or you want to do Shamana, or you want to do Shamana, where Charaka mentions Vata Pitta, Bhara Bastis, Vata Pitta Kafara Bastis also in Tridosha Basti. Of course, there are a few concepts of giving Bastis with respect to Rasa and Guna. Only Stigdha and Ushna with Mamsa Rasa will be an ideal for administration of administration to control Vata. If only one is enough, 2 Svadu and Shita with Kshira for Pitta dosha, 3 Katu Ushna Tikshna with Gomutra for management of Kapha, and never more than the prescribed. So this is the only thing they have mentioned to get an idea about the concept of rasa also. I think all of you know about the importance of preparation of this basti. The whole importance of preparation of basti is to make an homogeneous mixture with two immiscible substance. I think all of you know the kashaya and sneha will not be mixing easily. With the help of this honey and salt, makes the forms called as amalgam. Amalgams facilitate the bonding with alkaloid bonded lipoproteins, that is SNEHA, to become free ionized negatively charged lipoproteins. So this will make them easy for absorptions. These lipid soluble alkaloid added with amalgam freely mixed to become isotonic solution, which is a muscular barrier. So this is a simple importance of preparation of neurobasthi, where we need to prepare as per the sequence. Of course, the position is also very much important. Left lateral position has been given much importance. They are mentioned Vamashayi Krani Gude. Then Pashva Samstha Sukopalabdihi Liyanta Valayascha. See, even in the modern concept also, they have mentioned if patient is if he is not in the left lateral position, it may tend to injure to the rectal walls. I think rectal sphincters. I think you know there are 3 sphincters. Ayurveda also mentioned there are 3 sphincters. Pravayini, Visarjini, and Sammanjini. There also they have mentioned external sphincter, middle sphincter, and internal sphincter. If it is not in the left lateral position, it may tend to injure the rectal or the sphincters. If you are injuring to the sphincters, this may cause the fecal incontinence. So that's the reason they have mentioned the left lateral position while administering the basti. Another important point we need to see is the basti netra. Of course, nowadays we are administering with rubber catheter, mainly the neurobasti. But still, many centers they are practicing the basti netra as such. Of course, nowadays we are getting the concept of this vacuum created bastis, but basti netra is also equally effective. Not necessarily we need to use basti netra. So, of course, if you are confident in your administering without much difficulties to the patient, of course, we can use the basti netra itself rather this rubber catheter. I think rubber catheter also it will be holds good. Of course, we administer the patient and we try to send the patient straight away to the bathrooms rather. So we need to ask the patient to rest for some time till he gets an urge. Okay, that's the main thing one need to know. Basti Pratyamaga has to be ensured. Of course, one has to consume the lesser quantity like alpa, madhyama, tikshna. Quantity one has to consume, like 1/4 of regular food that has to be considered for administration of ahara. Then after administration, we need to go for nirikshana, this observation, the sequence of expulsion. We need to ask about the patient about the sequence. Then the mala, vit, pitta, kapha, then examination of the content. Then sometimes we have seen practically if patient is not capable of evacuating itself even after 1 muhurta, that is almost 45 minutes, we'll be giving one more dose of neurobasti if patient is tolerable, or only with palavarti or drinking hot water also induces the evacuation of this basti. Of course, we need to look at the concept of Vapat, what are commonly we should get, and that should be answered as and when. See, there are good number of concepts which are explained in Ayurveda, in explaining the concept of Basti Karma. Of course, Gambira Uttana Marga. They based on the duration of illness, based on the Gambhirata of disease, we need to select Yoga Basti, Kala Basti, and Karma Basti. I think all of you know where to select which Basti. But many a times, even though this Sandhigata Vata is Gambhira Dhatu, Gambhira Vyadhi, so we try to give only for Neurobasti and we'll be expecting the benefits and then we benefit to the maximum extent. So expecting maximum benefits, administering Yoga Basti in Sandhigata Vata is not ideal. Rather, in Sandhigata Vata, a minimum of Kala or Karma Basti schedule has to be managed. So then only we can appreciate the benefits. So knowing the Gambhirata of Vyadhi, knowing the Marga is also important to select the number of Bastis. Many times we give the classic, we give lesser than the classical dose and we expect the maximum benefits. I think to be always in safer side, we give only a minimum dose. Usually in Neurobasti, some centers, they give 300, 400 or 500. That is not ideal. Rather, we should assess the Bala properly, we should assess the Prakriti properly, we should be able to analyze the right dose for that right patient, then we can appreciate the maximum Basti. Of course, we can think Ardha Matrika Basti also, Padayana Bastis, Pratisgoga Bastis, only in that particular avasthas, not in other conditions. We should assess properly, then we should fix the dose. If lesser the dose, definitely the lesser the benefits. Even this Anvasana Basti also remain the same. Hardly we give 300 ml or maybe 150 ml. Many times we try to finish when 40 ml to 100 ml. So instead of 300 ml, I think that all will reduce the quality or benefits of this Basti. I think all of you know about the 5 ingredients, but I think I need not explain. This is one important point we need to look into it. Neurobasti Aushadha preparation. So what is the retention time is less? What we should do, how to tackle if the patient is not able to retain the Neurobasti. So as per Sushruta has clearly mentioned, if Neurobasti is not retained even for 1 minute, it's not an issue. But to act, I believe personally, I consider Neurobasti to be retained at least for 5 to 10 minutes. Then only we can expect little benefits. So if patient is some patient, as soon as we give, even it comes immediately. There, we should think about what is the reason for not retaining. We should, whether the sphincters are not good, or whether the dose is high, or the drug is Tikshna. We should be able to assess and we need to rectify, so that we need to modify it for the next day. Otherwise, if patient is not at all retaining and we are giving the same dose, we are same without any modification, I don't think so we'll get the benefits, or it will be more useful. Because we need to know the cost of the ingredients also. We can't unnecessarily overburden the patient because it has to be continued for longer duration. We need to think about the cost of the ingredients. You see, if patient retention is not at all there and you are thinking about the same dose, same quantity, same this Aushadam, then it's of no use. Of course, aseptic precaution has to be considered. Of course, we need to bother much about the aseptic precaution while administering. Of course, minimum precaution has to be, but still, we should not be worried about the aseptic precautions. Avoid Aushadha doshas. See, the preparation of Kashaya itself. If you ask any doctors, they hardly know the preparation of Kashaya. When to reduce to 1/8, when to reduce to 1/16, when to reduce to 1/32. No one hardly does the preparation of Kashaya as per the things which are supposed to be. So there it leads to Aushadha doshas. So we need to prepare the Kashaya as per the textual reference. Then only we can appreciate the benefits. Of course, we should look at the contraindication and indication. I think all of us knows about the contraindication, the Shwasa Kasa, of course, in Ama Avastha. In hemorrhoid, Arsha is one of the indication of Basti, of course, maybe grade 1. But grade 2, grade 3, of course, we should be very careful, or rather we should avoid administration of Bastis, especially the Niroha. Of course, the Sarvanga Shodha, Jalodhara, or Pita Sneha, Madhyopita, for them also it's not that preferred. Of course, Garbhini, only in one month it has been mentioned as an Anvasana Basti. Rest, we should be very cautious. See, here I mentioned Ruddha and Bala, but we get a reference. When we get a reference, but we should be little careful while administering the dose regarding our other factors while administering the Ruddha and Bala. Then, of course, patient should be Vyanaklanta, Shanta. That has to be ensured. Patient should not be too much of tired. Ensure about the Brahma. Of course, ensure about the normal vitals, Jara and all. Of course, Kusta has been clearly mentioned. Contraindication, Kamala, Pandu. These are some conditions where we should be given much precaution while selecting the Basti. Of course, we get a reference of giving Basti in the Kustas, but in the reference contraindication, general contraindication, it has been clearly mentioned. That shows we need to be very much cautious while administering Basti in Kusta. Of course, indication I mentioned as such, Sarvanga Roga, Marma Urdhva, but still we can get good benefits in Sarvanga Shola, Asti Shola, Jana Sandigatavata, Amamata, of course, Malabaddhata, of course in IBS, ulcerative colitis, and all. So ensure all conditions which you are practicing, in which condition of Basti, in which avastha, that has to be considered, then we need to administer. This is just like many a times there will be a lot of confusion. What is the normal general dose of each ingredients? So yeah, I have tried to make this clear picture. Usually in Pitta, Madhyama, Avastha, there we can think of 16% of Madhu, 25% of Sneha, 8% of Kalka, 33% of Kvata, and Avapa is 16%. If no Apadrava is there, 50% of ingredient will be Kvata. So this gives an general picture about the proportions of each ingredients. So based on the dosha, we can modify this Madhu and Sneha. Other remains the same. Kalka remains the same, Kvata remains the same, Saindava of course remains the same.
July 12th.
Pardon? Okay. The proportion of ingredients here also I tried to make small proportion where we can remember. The time of administration of Basti, though it is mentioned Kinchit Tavrate Madhyane, it's ideally the previous food has to be digested. See that patient is in a good condition. Of course, we get a reference of administering Basti in the night, especially in Grishma Kala when sun is very high. So, of course, that also can be Matra Basti anytime. Remember how much time patient is allowed to lie down in a table after a Basti administration till he gets urge. Till that time, one can lie down, or maximum of 48 minutes. Basti retention of Basti is more than 48 minutes. I told, ask the patient to move around. Still it's not passing, make them to drink hot water. Still it is not passing, give Phalavarti. 90% patient will be able to expel. If it's not there, try to give one more dose of Tikshna Nirobasti. Here we give Tikshna Nirobasti here, Triphala Kvata, almost 600 ml, then 50 ml of Murchita Taila, and 5 grams of Saindava. Only of these things will be administered. So based on individual Vaidya, one can practice. Then advise the Basti to evacuate by using Indian mode of commode, rather Western commode. The Indian commode makes little pressure on the abdomen so that the complete evacuation of Basti will be taken place. Of course, diet I mentioned, 1/4 of the regular diet, Alpahara, has to be considered. So patient with the piles, of course, I told the first degree we can, but third degree or second degree, our patient is having history of bleeding. Of course, don't try to give Nirobasti. If patient is not passed the stool before the Bastis, preferably go for Shodhana Basti than the regular Basti. If patient is not passing the stool before coming here, I don't think so. We should administer Aushadha Yukta Nirva Basti. Sometimes I told this Aushadha is getting blocked in the catheter. See that the consistency of your Basti, see that catheter is clear, and all should be ensured before the administration. That's how the importance of knowing your instrument. Some patient have resistance because it's very sensitive. While inserting the catheter, ask the person to breathe through the mouth or deviate the mental. Mentally, we should ask deviation of mentally, you should be able to achieve. That's so that the patient will not have any issue with the administration of catheter. Of course, Anuvasana Basti I'll skip. Expecting the results, I think you should expect the result. A few with respect to the immediate, few with respect to delayed. The Samyak Lakshanas, we can expect the result immediately. Then other Lakshanas, in Samyak Lakshanas, with respect to disease as such, should be expected only after achieving the Parihara Vishayas. Parihara Kala, which is mentioned as a double the duration. One has to follow the Patya. Then we can appreciate the complete benefits rather immediately after the administration of Nirva Basti or any other Basti. We prefer prescribing Shamana Aushadhis during the days of Basti administration, desirable or not desirable. In our hospital, we are administering Shamana Aushadhis as per the condition, but there are few Vaidyas, they don't prefer. But I think there is not much no complication and other issue with respect to administration of Shamana Aushadhi during the Basti. Prescription of Nasya, Abhyantara Sneha, of course, is not at all desirable. Rather, we should avoid other chikitsas. So, commonly encountered complication of Nirva Basti, of course, we can appreciate more than 50% what these lakshanas which are commonly seen. Maybe the pain abdomen, the fullness of abdomen, sometimes patient may pass 3-4 times of bowel, that is Sajasara like lakshanas, debility, of course, the restlessness, burning sensation in the abdomen, longer retention time, headache, and parikartika. These are a few common complications that can be managed easily and effectively. And of course, Ninsne Basti, Agnimandya, Atisara, Udarashula, burning sensation, Jwara, heaviness. This shows Atiyogas of Sneha. I think I have only 4 slides to conclude. This Basti has a greater role in achieving the benefits because it's said to be more scientific way of administration of Basti will have Sarvarthakari, it able to reach the whole body. This gastrointestinal system has an enteric nervous system which is connected to the CNS through vagus nerve. Because of this enteric nervous system works in a synergetic with the central nervous system, it stimulates the enteric nervous system where Basti enhance the chemo of mechanoreceptor. This leads to the stimulation concerned to the part of central nervous system, thus precipitating the result with respect to the result. The CNS and ENS has a synergy where they work together. Of course, they are mentioned about the absorption of Basti Virya, an experimental study to evaluate the pharmacokinetic aspect of Lekana Basti, where they are mentioned the gallic acid is a marker compound of Triphala, where we can appreciate it, which it was appreciated through HPLC, which provides primary evidence absorption of phytochemical constituents of the Basti during the systemic circulation. So whatever the Basti is administered to the intestinal flora, it will enter to the systemic circulations. So recent researcher says the obese individual with Ayurvedic Basti, that's enema treatment, modulated immune response by regulating the pro-inflammatory cytokines, immunoglobulins, and functional properties of T cells. That shows this Basti will be effective in systemic circulations. Of course, Basti, an alternative in prevention and management of diabetes, this was published in Ayur form. Basti is a multi-drug formulation that has wide varieties of effect. It mainly removes the old unhealthy microbial load, helps in developing newly healthy microbial flora in the gut, thereby reduces the pathological abnormalities, producing the metabolic disarrangements in diabetes, and also reduces the risk of beta cell autoimmunity. This shows the confidence of Bastis with respect to the multi-system effect with respect to Sarva, Sharira, Marma, Urdhva, Sarvanga, Vayascha. With this, I would like to conclude the session. The Basti, of course, we can plan for all sorts of administration, all Vadis as such. Then we can easily practice or we can easily get the benefits only when we get, when you are administering only with the considering the all factors of what I mentioned, the 6 factor we need to consider, but they have mentioned about the 10 factor we need to see and we need to administer. So this is a basic information I would like to give as an introduction because why introduction I've given little away from the regular topics, because just to create awareness about the concept of Basti, just to create an importance how effective Basti is. So the effectiveness only comes when we are administering properly. That's the importance I would like to I wanted to give as an introduction as such, without telling the concept of same shloka which are mentioned in the text as such. I think all of you know. With this, I would like to thank Dr. Shenaz. Has taken initiation for this conduction, and of course of the principal of this college. With this, I would like to conclude. If any questions are there, you can ask now or later. With this, I conclude my session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we have a question and answer session after all the 3 sessions. So
Okay.
we will take all the questions then. And I would request all the participants to please put your questions in chat box so we can take those questions in Q&A session. So thank you, sir, for this. Your talk was very informative. Practical aspects also you informed about Vasti, how to administer, what are the contraindications, what are the indications. So it was very informative. Sir, be with us till the end, because after all the guest speakers, we will be taking the questions. So
Okay.
now moving on to the second session of this scientific round, I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Vinita ma'am. She is from Professor Department of Panchakarma from Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior Ayurvedic College, Kottakkal, Malappuram. She has completed her BMS and MD from Government Ayurvedic College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala University, and PhD registered in KUHS. She is the winner of Ashtavaidya Iti Neelakantha Moose Award in 2013. She has completed course on Foundation of Palliative Care by the Institute of Palliative Medicine and St. Christopher Hospice in 2022. She has completed her PG diploma in Health Science Research from University of Kerala with first class in 2015. She has done so many peer-reviewed publications, more than 9 publications she has. She has published books also, Physical, a book on Pinda Sweda, and Panchakarma procedures in Chaukamba Orientalis, Varanasi. She has been resource person in very many seminars and conferences, and she has also guided 12 PG research studies. So it is our pleasure to have her with us, such a dynamic personality, and we would love to listen to her. Her topic will be practical approach to Vasti Karma, and I would again request all our participants, if you have any doubt or you want to ask any question, then you can put it in chat box. We will take all the questions after our scientific sessions. So I will hand over all of us to you, ma'am, Dr. Vinita, ma'am. Welcome. to this session.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for that nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, and you can also share your screen from that side also.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you all for inviting me for this program on Vasti. I was listening to Dr. Lohit. It was a very interesting session. He has described all the basics of Vasti. So my job has reduced a bit. I will try to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes,
Is
ma'am,
it
it's
visible?
visible. You can go to full screen mode.
Okay. Is it full screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So without much delay, I will enter into my topic. First of all, my humble pranams to all my teachers, my parents, and all my mentors for having enabled me to give this presentation. The topic given to me was a practical approach on the Vasti procedure. So I will be incorporating some traditional views as well as some recent approaches in the practice of Vasti. Excuse me. As we all know, Vasti is the only invasive procedure among the Panchakarma. The only invasive procedure among the 5 karmas for biopurification. And it is a agri upakrama among all the kriya kramas, being the treatment for the leader among the doshas, the vata, and being an efficient biopurification. Most prominent biopurification is done through the Vasti, and it is introduced into the most prominent absorptive area of the body, that is the rectum. One of the most absorptive area, it would be better put like that. Then as sir described, it has aneka karma karatva, or wide range of applicability for Vasti. That is it can be used as rasayana, vajigarana, then it is tulahara. There are Vastis which are karshahara, then that shodhana Vastis are there, shamana Vastis are there, even chakshushya Vastis are there. So medhya Vastis, kampahara Vastis, there are Vastis which are applicable in a wide range of diseases, from Jwara to Vada Vyadhi, like Arsha, Adhisara, Grahani, Ashmari, then like Sandigada Vada, many different types of Vada Vyadhi, Avarana conditions, and all those conditions, Vasti is the ultimate treatment, I would say. Then other than that, apart from the doshaharatva, Vasti is tridoshahara, we can say. Not just tridoshahara, it is even Rakta Prasadana. So Rakta is considered as a dosha by Sushrudacharya. So Vastir Vadeja Pittecha Kaphe Rektecha Saside Samsarge Sannipadecha Vastireva Hita Sada. So it is a multi-dimensional action. Then it has effect on all Rogamargas. Then it has even influence on the manas. in Abasmara, even in schizophrenia or psychosomatic conditions, many psychosomatic conditions, we use Vasti as a treatment option. Tadasya Shuddha Dehasya Prasadam Lebhade Mana. So, when the body is purified, the mind is automatically purified. Then it has a quick action. That from head to toe, it has action. Kesha Nakagrebyo, it has said to have effect. Then it is useful in swastha as well as in the adura. In deceased as well as in the healthy persons, there are vastis. It is also a part of Ritucharya. Yes, Astabana is indicated in Varsha Ritu. Then there are Yabana vastis which can be used in swastha. And it's useful for all ages also. From a child to the aged, you can do Vasti. So with those brief introduction, I will directly enter into the procedure of Vasti. So before, please mute. Okay. Then just before Vasti, there are two factors to be considered, or 2 points. There will be preparation of the patient as well as preparation of the Vasti Dravya. This is just like a Purva Karma. Preparation of the patient and preparation of Vasti Dravya is required just before a Vasti. And what all things are required for the patient preparation? As sir was saying, you have to follow he was describing about 6 steps to success in doing Vasti. There will be like you have to follow the indications and contraindications of Vasti. You cannot do Vasti when there is Amatva, when there is that cold nose, running nose, when there is Kasa, when that Arsha or piles, when there is internal piles, we can do very carefully. But when there is bleeding piles and all, there are Vastis which can be done in those conditions. Like told in Panchakarmiya Siddhi, Avastam Prapya Nirdishtam Kushtinam Vasti Karmaja. So, depending on the condition or the stage of the disease, you have to select the patient for the Vasti and assess their Bela. As you know, all the Panchakarmas are advised only in a patient who has the ability to withstand the potency of the treatments. So, Bela of the patient is very important in considering the patient as Astabanarha. Then the dosha, we have to be careful, though it is indicated in and all the dosha, it has Tridoshahara property. We have to do Vasti when there is Pakva Shegada Kapha Pitta doshas. Snehasveder Drudaha Sleshma Eda Pakva Shestida Pittam va Darshiyed Rubam Vastabistam Vinirjayed. So when there is Pakva Shegada dosha, Pakva Shegada Kapha or Pitta, then only you have to go for the Vasti. The Videjana is indicated when there is Pitta in Adhavamashya, and Vamana is generally indicated when there is Kabha in the Urdhvamashya, and Vasti is indicated when there is these Murta doshas are located in the Pakvashaya, and when these are eliminated, Vata automatically gets its full functional properties, and which we call as the Shuddhi of the Vata. Then also take into consideration other Kriya Kramas while you prescribe a Vasti, because Vasti is contraindicated when when you do the Nasya procedure. So along with the Nasya, you don't do Vasti. Then when there are other kriya kramas like Shirodhara or Murda Taila Prayogas, generally we don't go for this Shodhana procedures. All those Kriya Kramas are Tarpana or nourishing in nature. So better don't go for Vasti along with those Kriya Kramas. And one Kriya Krama which can be done along with Vasti would be ideally the Sweda Kriyas, or immediately after the Sweda. There is an Abhyanga Ushma Sveda just prior to the Kashaya Vasti. So instead of that Abhyanga Ushma Sveda, local Abhyanga and Ushma Sveda, you can go for that Churna Pinda Sveda or the Pichil and then go for this Vasti. So, or the Kashaya Vasti, Shodhana Vastis. So that would be ideal. Otherwise, we have to be careful while mixing these treatments. And also take care of the visual conditions as indicated in the Astabana Arha. You have to go for the Vasti or select the Vastis according to the disease. Whether it is whether we have to go for the Vaitarna or the Yapana Vastis or the Kshira Vastis, all those are considered after considering the disease in detail, and also taking into consideration the strength of the patient. And the best part before the Vasti is giving the proper instructions to the patient. How you will educate the patient. That is a part of the educating the patient. Educating the patient just before the Vasti. How you educate before the procedure. It is not just telling him that you have a procedure like enema and you have to be prepared. It is not just describing about the Vasti. Actually, it is educating the patient about the Parihara Vishaya he has to follow before and after the Vasti. Like if he has to take whatever medicine he is taking before the Vasti, like not kashayas or the tablets or the lehya, which may be taking as part of the Ayurvedic treatment. But if he is taking any tablets for the diabetes or the hypertension, he may take all those things just prior to the Vasti. You can advise. Then we have to take care of his food also. He shouldn't, na adi bubukshida is the ideal state of the body before Vasti. So we have to instruct him not to take heavy food just before the Vasti. So we used to advise light food, lekhu ahara. Preferably here we have that rice pattiri, we say, then rice noodles are there, all very light breakfast. So we advise them to take either two of those, 2 rice noodles, 2 rice pattiris, or that 2 pieces of bread, just at about 7:30, 8, 2 hours prior to the treatment, so that he doesn't have severe appetite at the time of Vasti, because we usually do Vasti after 10 o'clock. And he also has to take care of the food he has to take after the Vasti. So immediately after the Vasti, he will have to take food. So they will have to arrange the rice for that meal also after the Vasti. So all these things you have to advise. They cannot run for it during the procedure. So everything has to be prepared just prior to the procedure. So give proper instructions. Then about the bath also, you will have to instruct. They don't have to take bath before the Vasti, because after the Vasti, as part of the procedure, he has to take a bath. And do they have to apply oil before that, or that head oil on head is not advised during that bath along with that Kashaya Vasti. So all these things you will have to inform prior to the procedure. Then ask him to satisfy the urges in the morning. Then their BP has to be checked prior to the procedure. Make sure that he doesn't have any bleeding piles or that severe pile mass which obstruct the insertion of the netra. So it is better to do a PR examination prior to the procedure and start to prepare the Vasti Dravya by about 9:30, 10. So for the preparation of the Vasti Dravya, several materials are required. So Vasti Netra, all these things you will have to keep handy. Vasti Netra, the Vasti Podaga, the medicines for Vasti. If the patient have to purchase all these things, you will have to give that medicine list prior to the before the day of the Vasti, so that you can arrange all the medicines and the materials for mixing also we have to keep in place, so that everything, the Sampara Sangraha is ready just prior to the procedure. And as you'll know, Vasti Yandra consists of the Vasti Podaga and Vasti Netra. And Vasti Netra, we usually, in many centers, earlier this bronze Vasti Netra was used. This is a very ideal one because this can be reused because as part of the biomedical waste management, whatever is reused, whatever which can be reused is to be used again, so that the waste is minimized. But the problem with these things is that we have to sterilize before each Vasti, and it is always ideal if you have a 5 or 6 bronze Vasti Netra in your theater before the procedure, because when there are several Vastis, after each sterilization, after each autoclaving, the metal will be very hot and you have to wait for it to cool. So that can be used. Nowadays, detachable nozzles, Vasti Netra bronze Vasti Netra with detachable nozzles are also there. So that can be used. So for a patient, the single owner use is promoted. This is also an ideal one. And the plastic Vasti Netra is also ideally used. This is very popular nowadays in our center. So it is disposable and very handy. One Vasti Netra will be sufficient for a patient. He can reuse as long as he has Vastis. Now, wooden Vasti Netras were also available earlier, but being very costly, that didn't get much popularity. But it was eco-friendly. But we have the problem with one problem with wooden Vasti Netras are that you will be reducing the natural resources, destroying the natural resources through its use. And Vasti Pudaga, sir was showing about another Vasti Pudaga, which is made of plastic. But how you press it and use that that I had it out. Here in our center, we use this disposable that cover, plastic cover, which it is used for Kashayavasti as well as large doses of Snehavasti. And even the covers which we get when we purchase milk can also be used for Vasti procedure. And another, this was used earlier in our center also, but now this is not used, the enema can with nozzle. The enema can with a detachable plastic tube was used. And that some problems were identified in a study with this enema can. We also had very practical difficulties with the enema can, because when we insert that Vasti Netra, and we have to keep that enema can at a higher position too, so that that flow is easy. Otherwise, bubbles may enter into that tube. Besides, we cannot control, we do not have any control over the flow of the medicine. But those things could be prevented by using that plastic Vasti Pudagas. And a study was conducted regarding that to see which is more efficacious, whether it was enema can or the Pudaga. And it was an open randomized clinical trial, and the outcome measures were administration time, retention time, pervasion of Vasti, seminogram study, and sexual parameters. And the result they obtained was the sperm count was increased by 70.75% in a Vasti Pudaka group, whereas it was 54% in enema pod group. And the average retention time of Astapanavasti and Anvasanavasti was 1.5 times more in a Vasti Pudaka group compared to the enema pot group. And the conclusion was the enema pot was less efficacious compared to the Vasti Putaka method. And for small dose, this is also in practice, enema or douche with the rectal bulb or syringe. And glycerin syringes are used for administration of Kashayavastis in children, but only about 100 milliliter of Vasti can be administered through this syringe. Plastic syringes are also very common nowadays. But the thing is, we have to dispose it of carefully. Then syringes that without that needle can also be used to administer Kashayavasti for with children, where we use only very small dose. So next we come to the preparation of the Vasti Dravya. So the materials for Vasti like the Netra, Pudaka, all have to be prepared, all have to be handy prior to the Vasti. Then the Vasti Dravya. As we all know, these are the common ingredients for Vasti, like the Saindava, which is very finely ground. Saindava, as you know, it has to be grounded before you do the Vasti. So it has to be finely ground. Then honey, preferably Agmark honey is ideal, because you're administering Vasti into a very sensitive area of the body. So everything has to be fresh and pure. Taila, preferably Mirgubaga or Madhyamapaga, as you say, or that Chikanapaga, that has to be used for Vasti administration. But nowadays, that Karapaga is also used for Vasti, as all Tailas are not available in this Madhyamapaga. Then the Krida has to be melted before mixing. Kalka has to be made into a very fine paste. The Kvata has to be prepared and filtered. Fresh Gomutra is ideal if you're taking Gomutra. If you're taking Gomutra Arka, then there is no issue. But the problem with Gomutra and Gomutra Arka is that the precipitate or the Kshara in the Gomutra will be missing in the Gomutra Arka. So if ever you get Gomutra as fresh, then it would be ideal if you take Gomutra itself. Then Kshira also, preferably fresh Kshira for doing the Vasti. Sir had given that ingredients and their quantities. Nearly 1152 milli of Vasti Dravya Acharya has advised. That is about 12 prasrada, which is a adult dose for Vasti. So approximately about 1200 milliliter. It can be reduced in aged as well as the children. According to their pramana, you can adjust the dose. And a study on the clinical anatomical significance of cecum on the colon, they had there was a report that rectally injected fluid to reach the cecum, it was necessary to employ about 800 to 1100 cc. So whatever our Acharya had advised, they had, these people are proving. And one study was conducted in our department regarding that Kunjida Angula Pani or the Ardhanjali Pramana of Vasti. And in that study, it was found that about 1 prasrada was about 26.4 milliliter. And with that measurement, the study was conducted with about 320 milliliter of Vasti. And that was also found useful. So if you reduce the dose also, but the Vasti was effective. But it was not a comparative study. That was a drawback of the study. So we couldn't prove it as such. Statistically, we couldn't prove. Now, regarding the Dravya Samyojana. So nowadays, there are several instruments for mixing the Dravya. Hope I am audible. Am I, doctor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Since it is not interactive, I don't know like whether it is reaching you, all of you. Now, regarding the Dravya Samyojana, there are several instruments for mixing the Vasti Dravya. That Kaja Yendra is there. Then that mortar and pestle, Kallu Yendra. And nowadays, this mixie and hand mixers are also used for Vasti mixing. So, which one would be ideal regarding these materials? Can any one of you say? Which is the ideal instrument for mixing the Vasti Dravya?
I think this mortar and pestle,
Halva
Yantra.
Kallu Yendra.
Halva.
Kallu Yendra. Okay, we will see. We'll see. A standardization of Dravya Samyojana in Madhutaliga Vasti was done in our department as part of the PG study. And we found that while mixing with in a mixer, either you can mix all the ingredients, all the makshigam, levanam, sneham, kalkam, kvadham, all those ingredients can be put together and mix in a mixer, or you add the ingredients one by one in a krama like told by the Acharya. So the first one is with Saindava and Madhu. The second one, this one is with, sorry, this on the left hand bottom is with Taila, Sneha and that Madhu and Saindava. This one is with Kalka, and the last one is with Kashaya. And if you see carefully, you can see bubbles in that mixer, in that final product. So the problem with mixie is that there will be bubbles at the end of the mixing. So that was a drawback, but it will go off when you mix with a pestle after this mixing in the mixer. After that, if you keep it for some time, you keep mixing with the pestle, that bubbles will go off. But that was a drawback with the mixie. And another point regarding the Vasti Dravya got by mixie is that the particles were very fine. So in that study on Dravya Samyojana, he had used this mixie, that kalwa, and that khaja. Mixie was found more efficient because the particle size were very less with respect to this mixie. And now we also use this hand mixer so that we can control. The speed can be controlled while mixing with the hand mixer. This is also used in our department. In our hospital, we use this hand mixer as well as mixie when there is too much of vastis to be performed in a day. And the best instrument by the acharya is the hasta. Panjangula hasta is the talena, hasta talena is the ideal way of mixing according to the acharya, and that is proven also. If you mix very meticulously with your hand, then that would be the ideal mixture. But it takes a great effort on the part of the therapist, on the part of that person who is mixing. So a study was conducted. That is a published study to see the outcome after mixing each the ingredient, taking 30 minutes in each step. So, and the particle size distribution was assessed at 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 25 minutes, and 30 minutes. So that Saindava and Madhu will be mixed for 30 minutes. Then that Sneha will be added and that will be mixed for 30 minutes. Then similarly, each ingredient was mixed for 30 minutes and studied, you know. So nearly 2 hours were taken for mixing. You may check that study. And it was observed that 90% of the particles are below 0.010 micro-mm size. So bhavana is an important and mandatory process during Vasti preparation, affecting the physical, chemical, and biological properties of a dosage form was a result of that study. And they found that after 5 minutes, the particle size was this, 15 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, the particle size were very, very less. So that would be the ideal. If you could mix for 30 minutes in each step, that would be ideal. But is that possible? No. For research purpose, it will be good. But it would be very practical to keep mixing for 30 minutes in each step. So you can choose any of the methods, khalwa or that khaja or mixie or the hand mixer, whichever is comfortable. But the efficacy will be slightly reduced. But that could be in manageable levels. So the Vasti Samyojana in a Kalvendra, I will show you picture by picture. Whether we have to add a Saindhava or Madhu is always a controversy. But because Ashtanga Hridayakara says Makshiga, Susrudacharya says Datva Adav Saindhavasya Aksham. So whatever you mix, make sure that it is mixed very properly. In some area, they put honey initially. A drop of honey is put initially and then they mix with Saindhava. So that Kalyana Karga property of honey is maintained. Initially, we don't add salt. So, Datva Adav Saindhavasya Aksham. It is very finely ground and it is put into a mortar. The mortar has to be cleaned and dried before mixing. Then add honey little by little, mix well. Mixing in clockwise direction is ideal, but those who are left-handed may do it in anti-clockwise direction because that will be more comfortable for them. Because mixing in clockwise direction is not told by Acharya. Acharya has advised to use Kaja. And Kaja, with Kajana, we are doing Mathana, no? So clockwise mixing is ideal in a Kallavendra because it will make a homogeneous mixture when you do it in that way. Then add Sneha little by little so that it is mixed well, or it gels well with the Saindava and Madhu. Then you add Kalka. Kalka slowly we add so that also mix very well into the Vasti Dravya. Then Gomutra, Kshira, then Kvadha is added, and finally the Gomutra or Kshira or Mamstrasa may be added, which are the Avapa Dravyas. Then you have to filter the mixture through a sieve. Cloth is not required. That fine sieves are available. It can be sieved very well. And then we have to warm it a bit so that it reaches a rectal temperature. And we found that the Vasti mix was warmed to about 38 to 39 degrees Celsius when measured using an industrial thermometer. Then check that temperature by pouring on the dorsum of the hand. There is also a test shown, described in our text to see whether it is properly mixed. You may all be knowing it. Nadhavati aushadam panim natishtatya vilipyaja karoti naja simandam savastim suyojitaha. So that test can be done. And this was described by Lohit sir. Finally, we are getting an isotonic solution, which is an oil and water emulsion. So that is the ideal Vasti Dravya Samyojana. And there is also a reference in the text called Ushnambu Kumbi Bashpena Taptam Khaja Samahadam. So Ushnambu Kumbi Bashpena Taptam Khaja Samahadam. That Vasti mixing is told with that while it is heated, while it is warmed in the steam. And we tried a Vasti Dravya Samyojana in that method also by keeping that vessel which is mixed on a like in a double boiling method, and we mixed the Vasti ingredients, and the results were amazing. You know, we could get the retention time for it is actually the group B, which was mixed in that steaming method. The other was group A. The retention time was less, but the number of Vegas were more in that group. If you mix in that way, then the heating is not after heating. After that, when you after filtering, you heat you warm the mixture. That is not required. So a temperature gradient is maintained during this Vasti mixture preparation, and all the thermal energy of the molecules increases, which increases the diffusion and active transport. And that temperature also increases the velocity of particles of emulsion. And the time taken for the Vasti mixture preparation was 5 minutes. You see, in group B, it was reduced, whereas in group A, in the Khalwa method, it took about 10 minutes. So the rapid formation of a homogeneous mixture was obtained through this double boiling method of mixing the Vasti Dravya. And its potency and the efficacy also increased because, as you know, the comparison of the Sammik Lakshana among the groups. In the both group A and group B, the group B had a better Sammik Lakshana. And the mixture got heated during the preparation. It was slightly thicker than the other Vasti Dravya. And on filtration, there was no separation of oil. There was less oiliness to feel because it all got mixed very well into the mixture. And the color of the mixture was less darker than the other sample. We performed about 5 or 7 vastis like this in this method. And we got these observations. So after this making the Vasti Dravya, you pour it into the Vasti Pudaka. Then place the Vasti Netra into it. How you tie it, you may be knowing, in between the last 2 Karnikas. You tie the Vasti Pudaka into that Netra. Then hold the Vasti Pudaka in the left hand, wear surgical gloves, and keep it aside. Now there are some, this was a research study conducted in our department. Instant Vasti. These are all our dream, you know, because all those elaborate, laborious procedure of mixing can be discarded if you get instant Vasti, isn't it? You just mix this into with that saline solution and perform the Vasti. Not saline, that lukewarm water is sufficient. Here, Vaitarna Vasti was taken for that study. Amla 1 pala, Guda half pala, Saindava 1/4 pala, Gomutra 8 pala, and Thaila only 1 pala was taken. And we prepared this instant Vasti mix. This was prepared from Ayurveda Shala. We got it prepared from Ayurveda Shala for the complete PG study. And we got wonderful result with this instant Vaitarna Vasti. Its potency was actually very, very high, you know, and but this is something which should be taken by the Ayurveda community. We have to make these modifications, Vasti modifications, to improvise our practice of these procedures. Another study was regarding that Vasti, whether that Vasti mix we could convert it into a Varti, Phalavarti or suppository, and assess their results. That Gandharva Hastadi Rukshavarti against Gandharva Hastadi Rukshavasti in Katigraha was studied. This is it to publish. We studied it in 50 Kadigraha patients, 25 in each group. And this was also very promising results with Vasti. With a single 300 milliliter of Ruksha Vasti, we could obtain about 18 Vartis. And we had to give only 3 Varti for 3 days of Vasti. So we were also minimizing our resources in performing these procedures. This was a semi-automatic machinery for preparing Astabana Vasti in emulsion form. This was done by the students of Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum, in a hackathon competition in 2019. And their attempt was to bring the emulsion stability of Vasti Dravya for 24 hours. So these are all these methods all have to be commercialized to make our procedure or performing all this procedure easier, isn't it? And this is also a dream. And I don't know, but this like Vasti machines are available, but a time should come when we can store these Vasti for 24 hours or more than that, and just insert as and when the patient needs. And then the administration time. So that Vasti Dravya is prepared. Now we have to get the patient for doing the procedure. The administration time, as told in the text, is Madhyane Kinjidavarte. So ideally, in the Indian conditions, the Vasti is performed between 10 a.m. and 12 noon. There are centers where it is done early morning and in the afternoon, in the evening. But if you go by the text, the ideal time would be between 10 a.m. and 12 noon. So make the patient do the Abhyanga and Ushma Sweda. He has to evacuate to satisfy his urges, evacuate the bowel, urine, and make sure that he doesn't have very good appetite before doing the Vasti. Not a very good appetite in the sense that he should not be craving for food. Then he should lie in the left lateral position before doing the Vasti. And here we have a table which is adjusted to that Na Ati Unnada Shirsham. So the Vasti table will be a 15-degree high at the foot end. So after Abhyanga and Ushma Sweda on abdomen and lower back region, Sweda will be done, the Nali Sweda method. Then make him lie down on a low head slanting cord with head at the lower end. It is ideal in the left lateral position, but I have heard that the patient can lie on his right lateral position if he has dextrocardia. Then keep the left hand folded below the head as headrest. No pillow is required. Make him relax. Then lubricate the upper end of the Vasti Netra with Taila or Krida. Insert the index finger into the anus and keep it for a while. This is for desensitizing the anus. So you have to insert the right index finger, right index finger into the anus, keep it for a while. Then withdraw it. Then remove that gloves. Put a new one. Let out the air trapped in Vasti Netra by pressing the bladder. Close the nostril by the left index finger and lubricate the anal verge and then insert. Hold the Vasti Netra in the left hand. Ask the patient to take a deep breath and relax. And ask the attendant to hold the buttocks aside so that the anal opening is visible. These all have significance while performing the Vasti because you have to be careful. There were instances when this Vasti was inserted into vagina in a multiparous woman. Then push the Vasti Netra slowly into the anus up to the Karnika. Then slowly withdraw the index finger and slowly insert. Vasti Podaga steadily with the right hand. Then retrieve the Netra gently from anus, keeping some drava in the Podaga. Note the time so that we can calculate the retention time. Make him wait for the urge to come. This is the video of that procedure. So actually the picture that you can see the leftover Vasti Dravya, actually it is too much. We calculated that about 100 milliliter of Vasti Dravya is discarded like that. But it would be ideal if you squeeze it completely by keeping a small amount in the nozzle. That would be sufficient. Then ask the patient to lie supine and expect the Vega. And as soon as he feels urge, he should evacuate by squatting. Nowadays, that sir was talking about Indian closet, but those patients who have that knee joint pain and all, they found difficulty in squatting and evacuating. So here we have provided that European closet, Western closet in our hospital. But even then, that evacuation is good. That patient is advised not to lock the toilet from inside. And okay, somebody was unmute. Now note the Vega. Ask them to note the Vega and the contents. Only it is a subjective assessment. If he feels carefully, then he could note the contents and the Vega when they go in a European toilet. So we have to be careful that patient evacuates within 5 or 10 minutes, because the agadaha parama kalo muhurte mrityave para. So after that 45 minutes is the retention time allowed for Kashayavasti, or otherwise it can become fatal. So make sure that they evacuate within that prescribed time. If he waits for more than that, we have to follow measures to evacuate the bowel by applying that hot water bag on the abdomen, or by making him to squat, or by applying that castor oil. And also, if there is difficulty in evacuating after all these measures, we can do a Tikshna Vasti. And there is a reference in the text regarding the repetitive enema. That is, once this evacuation is done, Acharya has advised to do another Vasti until you can repeat this Vasti 2 or 3 or 4 times until you get the Samyak Lakshana. Isn't it? Swayameva nivartetu dvidiyo Vasti dishyate tridiyobi chaturtobi yavad vasu nirudhada. So until you get the Samyak Lakshana, you have to perform the Vasti. So Acharya had already advised us about 4 liters of Vasti Dravya to be prepared. So from that, you have to take the next 1 liter. And if he doesn't observe any that Samyak Lakshana, like Kabhanda Virejana is not observed, then you can go for the next Vasti before he gets his bath. So that was also taken as a PG study in our college, and that gave very good results in Kadigraha. The results were observed in 50 patients with Kadigraha. And I was also talking about that fatal time. Acharya has always advised to do or the perform Vasti with other physicians. Those who have experience of doing Vasti should be in handy, should be on call, or should be present while doing the Vasti, because Acharya has never advised to do Vasti alone. Always there should be 2 or 3 physicians or experts who have performed these procedures for in case any difficulty comes. Tadvidyar Bhubhi Saha. These things must be taken into consideration while performing the procedure. And the Sammik Lakshana, we can see that Kramena Gechandi with the Kabhavayava. Kabhanda is the ideal Sammik Lakshana for Vasti. Ashya Laghava will be there, Rogo Bashanti will be there. If you do Vasti according to that measures prescribed in the text. Then soon after evacuation, he should take bath in hot water. That is also an important Paschat karma, very, very important Paschat karma, and take food immediately. Vigaraya nirudhasya bhavanti prajalermale te sukhoshnabosiktasya yanti bhutta vadashamam. So when you take a bath and have food after the Vasti, whatever difficulty you are feeling before that bath, everything will get subsided. It is due to the Prachalita Mala. All those things will get subsided. Sometimes patient may feel unconscious. They may feel like evacuating again and again. All these things will get subsided after you take food. So make sure that they take food immediately after the Vasti, and preferably rice is ideal in this condition. So, we had advised Mamsrasa in some patients, but it was not possible for all patients to take Mamsrasa. So here we advise them to take that green gram moong dal curry. So there is no payadikrama in Vasti. Only this Mamsrasa with rice. Tanudhanva Rasaudanam is ideal. Then how many days you have to perform the Vasti? It can be according to the condition. You may go for either Yoga Vasti, Kala Vasti, or Karma Vasti. The pattern, everything sir had described. So you're all familiar with it. Then Vasti in evening. Vaitarna Vasti is advised in Chakradatta to be performed at evening. Yojitva Sayane Sarvasyayam Prashaside. So study was conducted by comparing the Vasti in evening and Vasti in morning, and they gave similar results. It was done in Gridrasi. It was done at about 4 o'clock in the evening. So moving on to the complications in Kashaya Vasti, these are some of the common complications: dehydration, abdominal pain, vasovagal shock, proctitis. Proctitis is usually is an iatrogenic complication. For dehydration, you can go for Peya or ORS. For abdominal pain, Sveda can be given. As I told initially, that hot water bag can be applied. Then Matra Vasti can be given. For vasovagal shock, sprinkle cold water on face, keep like higher level than the head. All those measures you perform, you advise in a shock can be done here also. For proctitis, we usually advise Muruvarna Leba or Shatadauda Krita. Sits bath in Tripla Kashaya can also be done. There has been many complications. We have seen many complications with Vasti. We were able to manage most of these complications, but there were few instances where we could not manage and we had to refer the patient to an allopathic hospital. So whatever Ajay has told, we need not take it for granted. You follow it as such. Whether by the mixing, that using the instruments, performing the Paschat Karma, performing Vasti along with experts, all those things we have to follow. That's my personal opinion. And regarding the Anuvasana, several Thaila are available in the market for performing Anuvasana. Krida can also be given for Anuvasana, but not as much amount as we go for Thaila. but in lesser amount. The maximum dose is 300 milliliter and the minimum is 75 milliliter. Vartamana Matra also is advised for Anuvasana. There are references of this in Chakradatta as well as in Vangasena. So by 9 days, you can give 300 milliliter. This was taken as a PG study in our college, and this also had very good results in Kadigraha. And Anuvasana is usually performed about 5 to 10 minutes after food at noon. For Anuvasana, complications observed were immediate evacuation. For that, you can mix a pinch of Shadahva Churna in that thaila and then do the Vasti. Sometimes abdominal discomfort, heaviness, pain in sigmoid colon, and even fever were observed. Because Anvasana is something like you have to do, like we do the Snehapana. Niramatva is utmost essential for performing Anvasana. So when there is Amatva, these complications can occur. So better do Linkana, stop the treatment and do Linkana when you find these complications. Now I will also share some observations and case reports. And this was observed for during 2 weeks in our hospital. The conditions where we did Vasti were Gridrasi, Kadigraha, IVDP, Sandigadavada, PCOD, Pakshakada, cerebral palsy, that Genevera, that is Sandigadavada only, then myasthenia gravis, infantile neuroaxonal dystrophy, Dravet syndrome. These were all Kaumara cases. Males and females where it was done, and 15% were children. Madhutailega Vasti, Vaitarna Vasti, Eranda Muladi Vasti, and Ruksha Vasti were the common Vastis performed in those 2 weeks. The Thailas Sneha used were Sahajaradi Thaila, Dhanvantaran Thaila, Valya Sahajaradi Thaila, Pipalyadi, and Anvasana Thaila. Pipalyadi and Vasana Thaila. And some case reports where we found some complications. I will just rush through those cases. This was the case of a 52-year-old female patient diagnosed with myasthenia gravis, and the physician intended to do Vasti after the Udvartana. Treatment was Udvartana with Tribhala Churna for 5 days, and they planned Churna Vasti with lukewarm water. 300 milliliter Brihat Vaishwanara Churna was taken for the purpose, and the patient's BP was found to be about 140/90, and that Vasti could not be done because the patient collapsed during Svedana. You know how this happened? During that Svedana, it is better to keep the patient or make the patient either sit or lie supine if the patient is very weak. Otherwise, we will be doing Svedana with the Nali Sveda instrument, and we have to make them sweat very well. That sweat particles should appear when we do the Sveda. If you do the patient Sveda while the patient is sitting, then you won't be able to access this lower abdominal part very well. And we usually in our hospital, we used to make the patient stand and do the Sveda. And this what happened with this patient was that the patient was very weak, and during the Sveda, the patient collapsed. But luckily, the house surgeon got hold of her and prevented further injury. So besides, another point is Sveda cannot be done in a myasthenia gravis patient. Sveda is contraindicated. Sweating is contraindicated in a myasthenia gravis patient. So better not do this very drastic Sveda in this type of patients. Another patient was a 35-year-old female patient undergoing OP level Panchakarma treatment, and she experienced weakness and giddiness soon after Vasti before taking the food. And she was comfortable and became stable after taking food. So this also shows the importance of taking food immediately after Vasti. This was the case of a 42-year-old male patient who had that cervical spondylosis. And in that patient, Dhanyamladhara Kshira Vaitarna Vasti was advised for 5 days. But after Vasti, what he took was not rice, but kanji he took. Kanji means here we say kanji is porridge. He took more or peya or a vilepi type of consistency. A porridge he took. And that also led to a complication like a severe fatigue and sweating. And the patient was stable from second day when he was advised to have meals. And this is another case where there was a post-traumatic complication where the patient couldn't had any urge of, he could not feel it, that micturition and defecation for 10 years after falling in a well. And the MRI showed T12 and L3 vertebrae compression. He was advised Kshiravasti, and after Vasti, 7 times he passed bowel, even immediately after Vasti, and even at noon and the evening, the defecation continued even till evening. You know what happened? The treatment was suspended after that. That Kshiravasti was stopped. Actually, Kshiravasti doesn't have that complication. But here what happened was that the thaila used was Eranda. So we have to be careful while selecting these medicines also. Eranda thaila should not be used in a very high amount in these type of patients. So to conclude, Vasti can provide multifocal therapeutic effect, and it can alleviate Vata along with the Pitta and Kapha. And utmost care and attention is essential in each stage of Vasti, from patient preparation to administration, and serious outcomes may be anticipated if Vasti is performed carelessly. So with that, I conclude. Thank you all. I think all those queries we can address at the end.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will take all the questions in the Q&A session. So I will request all the participants again to put their questions in the chat box. We will be taking all the questions from there. Now we will,
Thank you.
ma'am, be with us till the end.
Sure.
So we will proceed to the third lecture of today's session. Our third guest speaker is Dr. Pratibha C.K. ma'am. She is HOD Professor, Department of Panchakarma, GS Ayurveda College, Filkhuwa from UP. She has completed her BMS and MD in Panchakarma from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, Karnataka, and PhD from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. She has a total teaching experience of 15 years and postgraduate teaching experience of 9 years. She has completed many research projects, including developed an objective parameter for the assessment of Antiki Shuddhi of Karma. She had developed portable Shirodhara equipment. She had developed a validated tool to access the Samyak Snigdha Lakshana. She has guided 18 PG research studies, and there are some ongoing projects also. She has received many fellowships and awards like Vagbhat Puskaram Award at National Conference on Panchakarma, Vagbhat Sarani, appreciated by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham during the year 2014 and 15, trainer for research publication selected by NCISM in 2022. She has been member in boards and councils also. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, GS Ayurveda Medical College, Filkhuwa, and in charge Panchakarma Physiotherapy Unit. She has about 29 publications and attended or participated in as a guest speaker and resource person in 15 webinars and 13 conferences. She has published 2 books, authored a book titled Shodhaniya Siddhi, published by Chaukhamba Orientalia, and co-authored a chapter titled Manibhadra Guda Shodhan Rasayan and Psoriasis in Best Practices in Panchakarma by a group of authors, published in Datta Megha Institute of Medical Sciences. So I welcome you, ma'am. Her topic will be Common Vasti Yogas in Practice. So I am handing over the whole session to you, ma'am. Please unmute yourself. Pratibha, ma'am.
Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am.
Hope you can see me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Let
You
me
are
share.
visible and audible. You can share the screen from there.
I think, can you see?
Ma'am, it is visible. You can go to full screen mode.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Namaste. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Shri Dhanvantare Namaha. My humble pranams to all the seekers, knowledge seekers of Ayurveda present in this webinar. And my pranams to Dr. Pinita Madam and Dr. Lohit sir, who are my seniors in the subject of Panchakarma and in Ayurveda also. Namaste. So today's my topic for the presentation is Vasti Yogas. So here I will be dealing mainly on Niruha Vasti Yogas, different yogas which are commonly being practiced in as a part of Niruha Vasti. My contents are like starts with an introduction, general guidelines, Vasti Yogas, and few research updates where I have been involved in the research, and finally conclusion. The 2 other speakers have already told about different guidelines and how Vasti has to be done and things like that. So I will be giving you a small brief introduction about these things. Like Vasti can be administered both in Sasta and Atura. For Swasta, we have Swastahita Vastis. And the first Vasti, which was explained by Charakacharya, that is Balaguduchari Niruha Vasti, is mainly intended to maintain the health of a healthy person. And most of the Vastis explained are for Atura. And they are mainly for Vataja Vikaras, either Dhatukshaya or Margavarana Janya, or Vata along with Pitta, Vata along with Kapha, can be treated with Vasti Prayogas. So while you prepare a Vasti, while you do the yojana of a Vasti, dosha and dhatus has to be considered. Dosha, Vatahara, Pittahara, and Kafahara Vastis are there. So while you have to take Vatahara, Pittahara, Kafahara Kashayas, and the dose of Sneha and Madhu has to be varied based on the dosha. If it is a Vata Pradhana, then the Sneha quantity should be increased and honey quantity should be decreased. And when you need more Sharana or when you need more Vegas to go out of the body, then the quantity of Saindava has to be increased. Or you need to add some Avapas like Gomutra. Or if you need a Brahmana, you have to add Avapas like Mamsarasa or Kshira, etc. Now, Dhatu consideration. Generally, the diseases of initial dhatus, that is rasa, rakta and all. A shodhana is usually vamana and virechana. When the deeper dhatus are involved, the shodhana is usually like asti, majja, shukra and all. The shodhana is usually done with basti. The dose, based on the bala, dose has to be differentiated. So if a balavan patient, you can go for 1200 ml of dravya, whereas a durbala need to be cautiously treated with a lower dose. So text explains the doses, different doses from 400 ml to 1200 ml, which is indicative that you can prepare your own dose. Kala, administration time of the basti dravya has to be cautiously selected. Like you can go for basti administration either in the morning time, afternoon time, and evening time, as the previous speakers were telling. So, but if it is morning, it is usually kaphavataja. And if it is in the afternoon, commonly morning and afternoon are selected. If it is in the afternoon, it is vata pittaja. So considering that, the kala has to be selected. You can make your own basti when the drugs are not available to you, or you can make your own combination with yukti and make your own basti yoga. The pattern of administration is usually in the form of yoga basti, kala basti, and karma basti, but that can also be changed, like in cases of where ama is more, like amavata, starting with very less number of sneha bastis, like starting with an anvasana basti, go on continuously giving 5, 6, 7 niruha bastis, and finally ending in with anvasana basti. So with these general guidelines, let me move on to the commonly used niruha bastis. See, I have enumerated few bastis. There are lot of bastis explained in the classics and practiced by practitioners also. Eranda Muladi Niruha Basti, Vaitarana Basti, Kshara Basti, Lekhana Basti, Panchaprasratika Basti, Ustadi Apana Basti, Doshahara Basti, Takra Basti, Dashamula Basti, Balaguruchadi Niruha Basti, even more, Churna Basti, Madhutailika Basti, etc., etc., etc. So, because of time constraint, I'll be explaining only few bastis in detail, so that it will give you an idea to make your own basti, how to make your own basti. Now, to an Ayurveda clinic, the most common complaint that approaches a Ayurveda Vaidya is a Gridrasi case. So, Gridrasi case may be Vata Kafaja or Kevala Vataja also. Sometimes Vata Pitta association is such presentations are also seen. Now, the Avarana Vata Kafaja type of Gridrasi can be easily treated with the help of Eranda Muladi Niruha Basti. Now, see, as the name says, Eranda Mula. Eranda Mula is a Kafavatahara drug. And if you see the ingredients, see, it contains all the 6 ingredients of a Niruha Basti. See, Makshika, Lavana, Sneha, Kalka, Kwatha, and Avapa. Everything is there. So the total quantity, you can make it to 1200 ml, or if you want to reduce, you can even reduce also. Now this combination is 800, 900 ml. So the quantity of Saindavalavana goes as 9 grams. So for 100 ml of the total quantity, you have to add 1 gram of Saindavalavana. That is the proportion to make it a isotonic solution. Now, honey is 200 ml here. And Taila, you can select your own Taila. You can select Sajaradi Taila or Bala Taila based on the condition. and the necessity, you can select your own taila. Now, Sahacharadi taila is one of the apt taila for in the case of Rudrasi because its main action in the lower part of the body. Sahacharadi taila 100 ml. See the quantity of honey and taila. Taila is less and honey is more, so it will do a kafahara action. Yeranda Muladi kalka is taken 60 grams. Usually we take the Yeranda Muladi powder, mix it with water and make it into a kalka form. Usually, generally, Acharya says to add fresh kalka, but because of unavailability of the drugs, commonly this is the practice. And the kalka dravya of Yeranda Muladi Niruha Basti is Isha Shatakwa Hapusha Priyangu Sapippalikam Madukam Balacha Rasanjanam Vatsaka Bija Mustam Bhagaksha Matram Lavanamsha Yuktam. So the Yeranda Muladi Kalka, these drugs can be powdered together and made as a powder, and you can keep it in your clinic. Whenever necessary, you can take the churna. So if you take 30 grams of churna, add it with water and make it into a kalka, it becomes almost 60 grams. 30 to 40 grams of churna is enough to make a 60 grams of kalka. Now, Yeranda Muladi Kashaya. So it's a big list. Yeranda Mulam, Tripalam Pralasha, Raswani Mulani, Chayani Pancha, Rasna Shugandha. So it's a combination. You can take the reference from the text. So the Kashaya has to be made. That is 500 ml. Gomutra 100 ml. So you can change even the quantity of Gomutra or Yeranda Muladi Kashaya also. So this is almost a good combination of Yeranda Muladi Niruha Basti. Usually adequate for a Madhyama Bala person. Now, you can, if you don't want too much Tikshnata, because adding of Gomutra makes the Basti more Tikshna because of Shariya Guna, Kafahara property, Medohara property. So if you don't want so much Tikshnata, so you can delete Gomutra and give only other ingredients alone. So it is up to you. You can change each quantity of each ingredient, but only make sure that the Saindhava should be 100 ml of total dravya is equal to 1 gram of Saindhava Lavana. Only thing that you have to take into account, and all the bastis should be added with Saindhava Lavana. There is no Niruha Basti without the addition of Saindhava Lavana. Even though Acharya in some areas says that Alavana, but still Lavana has to be added at least little bit because Alavana is a Dravya Dosha. Now coming to the Falashruti of this Yeranda Muladi Niruha Basti. So the main guna of this basti is Deepana and Lekhana. So it is very good for Deepana, Agni Deepti, and Lekhana property, Rukshana, Lekhana, Shodhana property. So it has these kinds of special properties. Now, which is the main condition where it is used? Jangha Urupada Trika Prishta Shulam. So the pain in the low back region, the thigh region, and the calf region, and till the foot. So this is a classical feature of Grudrasi and Kafavrati. So the Grudrasi with Kafavrata. So Kafavrata Grudrasi, very good. And other conditions are Vitgraha, Mutragraha, constipation, and some Koshtagata Vata symptoms like Sashulam, Admanam, etc. And also he says Ashmari and Sharkara as other indications because its guna is Lekhana in nature. Anaha, again, Koshtagata Vata, Arsha, Grahani. So because of its Deepana property, Arsha and Grahani are other indications of this basti. Now, coming to the practice, so we commonly get Katigraha, Katishula. Like you may, in other words, you can say that different types of spondylitis, where you feel that the patient says that I have heaviness, lot of swelling in the body, such conditions, different types of joint pains where there is, which is associated with ama. In such conditions, you can directly administer Eranda Mooladi Nirohabasti. It is going to give you a very wonderful result. There is, when you don't add Gomutra, and when you make the Eranda Mooladi Kashaya as Eranda Mooladi Kshirapaka with the similar ingredients, it goes for a Eranda Mooladi Yapana Basti. Okay, you can make this very strong basti into a Yapana Basti, which is a little bit milder, mrudu, not very mrudu, but compared to this, it is a mrudu basti. So you make Eranda Mooladi Kshirapaka, and you can add, other than Sahacharadi Taila, you can add a Grita also to make it more Brahmana and Rasayana effect. So if you do in such a way, it becomes a Eranda Mooladi Yapana Basti. This Eranda Mooladi Yapana Basti is indicated especially in infertility conditions. Infertility conditions, maybe a PCOD condition or an endometriosis condition where it is associated with a little bit of pitta and kapha. Such conditions, Eranda Mooladi Yapana Basti may be useful. Now let us move on to the another very important basti. Actually, Vinita madam was telling about Vaitarana Basti and Shara Basti. Now, lot of researches have been done in Vaitarana and Kshara Bastis. Now, there was also a question in the chat box about this. Now, let me tell you the ingredients of Vaitarana Basti first. See, general ingredients of Niroha Basti is Makshika, Lavana, Sneha, Kalka, Kwatha, and Avapa. See, if you see here, there is no Makshika. Instead, there is Guda. Anyway, Lavana is there. Then Sneha is there. Sneha actually is not told in the shloka. Some in Vaitarana it is Ishat Taila is also told, but still you can add a little bit of Taila. Then Kalka, in this Kalka it is told as Amlika or Chincha is told in Kalkasthana. There is no Kwatha. And in Avapa, it is Gomutra. So you can delete one ingredient and you can make Basti. That is also possible. This is an example. Basti, because we commonly call it Niroha Basti as Kashaya Basti, but there is no Kashaya here. Now see, Makshika is replaced with Guda here. Guda in Vaitarana Basti, 25 grams. And Saindava 12 grams, Brahat Saindavadi Taila, Ishat Taila 30 ml. Amlika, Chincha has to be, 50 grams of Chincha has to be taken, added with 50 ml of water. You have to squeeze it and the pulp has to be removed, and that pulp is added as Kalka. Then lastly, Gomutra is added. Now see, the ingredients have been listed in that order, okay. Now see the thing here, Guda 25 grams. So you have to add 25 grams of Guda in 25 ml of water, dilute it. If you heat it, you will get lesser Vega in the patients. So after the Basti administration, the patient will go to toilet. The Vegas will reduce if you add Guda boiled. If Guda is added without boiling, it has Sara property. Sara property. This Sara property will increase the Vegas in the patient. So you can do whatever you want. If you want more Vegas, add it without heating. Now the quantity of Saindava Lavana here is 12 grams. So the total quantity is very less, around 300 ml. But the quantity of Saindava Lavana is more, which says that Vaitarana Basti is more Tikshna. You can expect more Vegas with a low amount of whole Dravya. And see the ingredients, which is very, very cheap. So very cheaply you can get lot of Vegas and you got lot of effects. That is why the name Vaitarana has come, because the story behind Vaitarana Basti is that after death, one need to pass through 7 oceans and 7 mountains to reach Swarga. So the 7th ocean is Vaitarani Nadi. So Acharya says that if somebody has passed even or crossed even the Vaitarani Nadi, by giving Vaitarana Basti, you can make him come back to life. So it may be an Atishayokti, but it says the importance of Vaitarana Basti. So important and so effective is Vaitarana Basti in treating many diseases. Now, see, Amlika and Gomutra. So this doesn't take much time for mixing. It can be mixed very easily, because Guda and Saindava gets mixed up very easily, very short. So in total, it is a superhero of among the Bastis. So easily prepared, lot of effects, and very cheap, economical. So this is a benefit of Vaitarana Basti. And now see the Kshara Basti. The same ingredients, there is no difference. Only thing is that the difference in the dose. Guda is more, Saindava is the same, but Taila, okay, same. Amlika is more and Gomutra is more. So this more dose is almost double. So you can commonly say that Kshara Basti is the double quantity, double dose of Vaitarana Basti. So a stronger Balavan patient, you can administer Kshara Basti, and a bit Durbala patient, you can administer Vaitarana Basti. There's a bit of difference that in Kshara Basti, Shatapushpa is also in Kalkadravya. There is 2 Kalkadravya, one is Amlika and another one is Shatapushpa. 2 Shatapushpa. 2 drugs are the Kalkadravyas. And there is no much difference in Vaitarana and Kshara Basti. And the speciality of these Basti is that it doesn't contain the general ingredients, like Makshika is not there. Saindava you may or may not add according to the condition. And Kalka is very special here. Kwata is not there, and Gomutra is the Avapa. As the name indicates, it is a Kshariya Basti. So you should expect a Shodhana effect and a Lekhana effect here. And more of Kafavatahara effect. Now, by this gunas, you would have understood where it is indicated also. Now, see the indications. Vaitarana Basti's indication in Shula, Anaha, and Amavata. Kshara Basti, Shula, Vitsanga, Anaha, Mutra, Krishra, Krimi, Udavarta, Gulma. See, if you see the different indications of Kshara Basti and Vaitarana Basti, one is Koshtagata Vata, when the Vata is in the Pakvashaya only. So these Shula, Vitsanga, Anaha are all Pakvashayagata Vata Lakshanas. And the next is one very important indication told is Amavata. The Kafavatahara nature of Amavata makes it very, very, very special in case the Kafavatahara nature of this Kshara and Vaitarana Basti makes it very, very apt in the management of Amavata. Lot of efficacy studies have been done in the effect of Kshara Basti and Vaitarana Basti in Amavata, and all the studies says that they are very, very effective in Amavata. Now, when you say Amavata, it can be a rheumatoid arthritis condition, especially when not in the, even though first stage, maybe when the joints have started affecting. Then in Amavata, these Bastis can be used. But let me show you once again the Vaitarana Basti. See, Guda, Saindava, Taila, Amlika, Gomutra. So there is a reference of the Vaitarana Basti where it is not Gomutra, then Gokshira. If you add Gokshira, what will happen? We come across Vata Rakta conditions, which has more of Pitta Rakta presentations. In such conditions, you can go for Kshira Vaitarana, where there is no, instead of Gomutra, you can add Gokshira. Now, Ksharabastis doesn't end here. There are other Ksharabasti like Manjishtadik Ksharabastis, which are very effective in most of the Vatarakta conditions, or in conditions like this one, where AVN, etc. So Manjishtadik Ksharabasti is also very effective, especially in Pitta Prakriti persons who present with the Ama symptoms with Vata. Such conditions also, Manjishtadik Ksharabasti, and Manjishtadik Kshiravasti is also there. Okay, right. So this is about Vaitarna Basti and Ksharabasti. Vaitarna, there are two types, Kshara and Kshira. Now, so after seeing some very Lekhana, Shodhana type of Bastis, let me share one little bit Brahmana Basti. Okay, so Basti anyway for Vata. So we have seen Vata, Pittahara, Vata, Kafahara Bastis. Now we will move on to the Kevala Vataja conditions where we need Brahmana Balakara effect. Now, this is Pancha Prasritika Basti. So in Charaka Samhita, Charakacharya utilizes one whole chapter to say that the Basti dose can be changed. So you can make your own Basti from 400 ml to 1200 ml, different, like you have 700 ml yoga, 600, 500, 400, etc. Different yogas have been explained. There, the first Basti which is explained is Pancha Prasritika. One Prasrita is 100 ml. So Pancha Prasrita is 500 ml. So the total quantity of this Basti is 500 ml. And this is also called as Kshira Basti by many of the acharyas. So Pancha Prasritika or Kshira Basti, because Kshira is the main ingredient here. See, Kshira do prasatau karyo. 2 prasatai Kshira. So 200 ml is Kshira. Honey 100 ml. Saindavalavana 5 grams. Kshiramala Taila 100 ml. Tiktaka Ghrita 100 ml. So Ghrita and Taila both are there. So it is a very, very snigdha Basti. So whenever there is Taila and Ghrita together, so it becomes an Yamaka, and that means it is more of Brahmana, Snehana in nature and more Vatahara in nature. So this may be used in a Dhatukshayajanya Vatavyadhi. So see, and the quantity of honey is also less than Sneha. Here you see there is no Kalka here, there is no Kvata here. So if you prepare this Basti, you will understand why Kalka has not been added here. So when you prepare this Basti, it becomes more and more thick. So if you still add Kalka, it may become more thicker. Maybe that may be one of the reasons why Kalka was not told for this Kshira Basti. Okay. Now, coming to its effect, Vatagna. So, Sandhigata Vata, Dhatukshayajanya, or any type where there is no association of Ama. Vatavyadhi, where there is no association of Ama, especially the Vatavyadhis which have become chronic, like a Pakshagata, very chronic Pakshagata patient, or a chronic Sandhigata Vata patient. Such persons, or generally good for even the old Vruddha persons, Bala and Vruddha, for Bala Vardhana, the Panchavrasita Basti or Kshira Basti is very good. And the special effect is told as Bala Varnakrit. Balakrit, okay, fine. Varnakrit, this is also a Varnakara Basti, Varnya Basti. Bastis can also induce Varnya or Chakshushya. So such special effects have been attributed to few Bastis, but we don't have enough time for that. But see, one of the Basti which can improve the Varna is this Kshira Basti. Now, you need not have to confine to this ingredients or this dose. You can increase the dose or decrease the dose according to the wish. Change the snehas also. You can make Shira Pakas, like Panchatikta Shira Paka can be prepared this, or Gugula Tikta Ghrita can be added to this to make it more and more indicative to Astivaha Srota Vikara, because there Asti in Astivaha Srota Vikara, Tiktaka Kshira Bastis have been explained. So, where Asti Sandhis are involved, for such conditions, this can be used. Or you can make like Dashamula Kshira Paka, Bala Kshira Paka, you can make, or Manjishta Kshira Paka, and make your own combination, Tiktaka Kshira Paka. Okay, so that can also be done. It's a very good basti for Brahmana. Nourishes the mainly the Asti Dhatu and even other also. Now coming to another basti, it is called as Mustadi Yapana Basti, Raja Yapana Basti. It is also called as Raja Yapana Basti because it's a Raja, king of Basti. Very, very, very. So it should be very much nourishing, very much Brahmana, and it should have indications almost all the doshas, most of the conditions. So then only it will get the name Raja. So Mustadi Yapanabasti or Raja Yapanabasti. Raja Yapanabasti, the name was coined by Sushrutacharya, and it is also called as Mustadi Yapanabasti. This is very good for Bala and Vridda. So commonly a basti which is used in different conditions of Bala, like milestone delay or CP or any like dystrophies. In all these conditions, Mustadi Yapanabasti is very good because it is Shukra Mamsa Balajana, Mamsa Balajana. So Mamsa, muscles, it can strengthen the muscles very easily. That is why Mustadi Yapanabasti is indicated there. Now let us see the ingredients. So it is a perfect basti. See, all the ingredients of a Niruha basti are there. And see, if you see the quantity of honey and sneha. Honey and sneha almost same. And the total quantity of honey and sneha is 200 plus 200, 400 ml. And the total quantity of kashaya, that was in the form of kshirapaka, that is 400 ml, which says that if the quantity of kashaya is equal to the honey and sneha, then it is a madhu tailika basti. Madhu and taila, the quantity of madhu and taila should be equivalent to the or more to the kashaya. Then it is a madhu tailika basti. Yapana bastis are a variety of madhu tailika basti only. And see the avapa, that is mamsarasa, again brahmana. So if you see, and snehas are two snehas are there, taila and ghrita, both are, which together yamaka makes it more and more brahmana, and moreover there is a kshirapaka. So if you see everything together, so it's a very nutritious basti, very, very, very nutritious basti. So very nice to see this basti alone, and it will have more and more effect also. So as the name indicates, Mustadi Yapana. Yapana means Ayusho Yapanam, Dirgha Kalanuvartanam. So this basti can be given for a longer duration continuously as Niruha basti, because generally Niruha bastis are not continuously given for a long time. But Mustadi Yapana is because of Mrudu and nourishing effect can be given in a suitable condition for a longer time. And this Ayusho Yapana, it increases the lifespan of a person. That means it is very good to improve the health. Okay, so this is a special basti. Let us see the indications. See, Shukra Mamsa Balajanana, Shukra Janana and Balajanana. So Shukra is a last dhatu. If you want to nourish the dhatu, dhatu by dhatu, it may take a long time. So direct, you need dravya or a treatment which targets the Shukra Dhatu. So Basti is one of it, and Mustadi Yapana Basti is one such. So it is Mustadi Yapana Basti is a commonly indicated in infertility, both male and female infertility. Shukra Janana, Mamsa and Bala Janana. So any type where there is loss of strength, like paralysis or in children, so anywhere, so it is very good. And if you see the last line, Sadhyo Bala Janano Rasayanaschiti. So it is not, it doesn't take a wrong time to get the Bala Janana. So Sadhyo Bala Janana, very fastly it can give Bala. It can induce strength, or it can improve the strength of a person, and it is also Rasayana. Then if you see the different indication, Kshatakshi, Nakasa, Gulma, Shula, Vishamajwara, there are many conditions which are generally contraindicated for Niruha Basti are indicated here, like Kasa. Then if you see Unmada, Prameha, so there are few conditions which are commonly not indicated for Basti, especially that they are all conditional. Conditional means in certain stages only you can administer Yapana Basti, not always. Like Kasa, very chronic Kasa, where you, when it has become only Vataja and where you need Brahmana to reduce the Vata, in only such conditions, in Kasa you can give Muttadi, not always. But generally, some conditions, even in Prameha, when it has gone for a Kevala Vataja, when the Kafavarana has been removed and only very chronic condition, when insulin dependent diabetes mellitus, then you can go for Mustadi Yapana Basti. Other, there are lot of all types of pain and graha, you can give Mustadi Yapana Basti, provided there is no amata in the body. It is, if you see the last, towards the last of the indication, Vata, Rakta, Pitta, Shleshma, Vyadiharaha. Vata, Rakta, Pitta, Shleshma, all the 4 doshas. We can consider Rakta also here. All the doshahara, all the Vyadhis, it is indicated, because if you see the ingredients of Mustadi Yapana Basti, like Musta, Ushira, Bala, Ragvadarasna, Manjishta, Katu, Rohini, Trayamana, Punarnava, Vibhitaka, Guru, Stiradi, Panchabholani, Palika. So almost all doshaharatva. Vatahara is also there, Pittahara, Kafahara, and if you see the Kalkadravya, Shata, Kusuma, Madhuka, Kutaja, Phala, Kasanjana, Priyangu. So there are like Madanaphala is also there as an ingredient. So it has a Shodhana effect, it has a Shamana effect, it has a Brahmana effect also. That is why it is called as Rajayapana Basti. So such a very beautiful Basti. And it is also indicated in most of the neurological conditions also. Right. So we'll move on to another Basti, Lekhana Basti. So now it is a time of metabolic disorders, where one of the main reasons is dyslipidemia, or even any other metabolic disorders where you need Shodhana. Shodhana is so it's a time for Lekhana Basti. Dyslipidemia or Sthaulya or metabolic disorder, Lekhana Basti is the choice of treatment. Okay. Now see the ingredients. So this is also a perfect Basti. All the ingredients are there. Honey, 200 ml, Saindava Lavana, okay, 10 grams. Sarshapa Taila. See, Sarshapa Taila. Generally, till now we have seen in the Sneha section, I have already almost every time I had told about like Aushadhi Snehas, Aushadhi Yukta Snehas. But here it is Sarshapataila. Plain Sarshapataila has been advised by Dallanacharya to add in Lekhana Basti, little, not much. Lekhana Kalka Dravya. So you can add Lekhana Gana Dravyas from the Charaka Sutra, second, third chapter. So the Lekhana Gana Dravyas can be taken. Kashaya is Trifala Kashaya. And the Avapa is, Gomutra is one of the Avapa, and Ushakadi Gana. Ushakadi Gana contains some of the drugs like Anjana, Shilajatu, Tutta, etc. So that has to be added in very little quantity, powdered and added at the end in the Basti Dravya. So it is only Avapa in the Basti Dravya. So in total, it is it contains many drugs which are Lekhana in property, Tikshna Ushna, very sharp in nature. Honey is more, which says that it is Kafahara. And Sarshapa Taila again, even though it is Taila, but it is Tikshna Ushna in nature, so it can move through the Sukshma Srotas and produce the desired effect. Lekhana Kalkadravyas, if you don't get the Lekhana Kalkadravyas, you can add Triphala Churna itself. Triphala Kashaya, other than Triphala Kashaya, sometimes they add Kulatha Kashaya also. It's an alternative. Or you can add anything which can cause a Lekhana effect. Then, so that's it. Gomutra 200 ml. More quantity of Gomutra is added in the Lekhana Basti. So this is about the Lekhana Basti. Now one more Basti. So we were many a times we were speaking about Vata, Vata Kapha only. So let me give a little chance for Pittaharan Basti also. This is a Picha Basti. Picha, as the name indicates, it's a Basti which has Pichila Swabhava. And commonly the drug which has Pichila Swabhava is Shalmali, according to us. And there are other drugs like Basella alba that can also be in a substitute of Shalmali. But commonly we Picha Basti drugs can be available. Drugs are available for preparation of Picha Basti. Now see the different ingredients. So this is also a perfect Basti. It has all the ingredients. Honey 200 ml. Saindava 6 gram. Changiryadi Grita, that is 150, not 50 ml. It's a mistake by me. It's 150 or 200 ml. Also you can take a bit more. Grita should be more. And honey equivalent to Grita and honey, because it's a bit of healing properties also there. It is also having a healing property, especially so it's indicated in Crohn's disease, IBS, etc., where there is a bleeding tendency from the large intestine, or where there is wounds in the large intestine. When you need to nourish your gut flora, when you want your healthify the mucosa or flora of your large intestine, Picha Basti is a very good choice. So Picha Basti Kalka is also there. Like Picha Basti Kalka, the Picha Basti Kshirapaka is the Kashaya. Here Kshirapaka has to be prepared. Yavasa Kushakashanam Mulam Pushpam Cha Shalmalam. Mainly Shalmali is the ingredient, but other ingredients are also there. So Kshirapaka 400 ml. Then in Kalka, Shalmali Niryasa Samanga Chandanotpalam Vatsakasya Chabijani Priyangu Paddakesara. So almost all the drugs are Pittahara in nature. So totally a Pittahara in nature, this Basti. So commonly indicated in Jwara, usually Vishama Jwara, then Atisara. It has a bit of Stambhana in nature also. And it can also be used in, as I have told, IBS, Crohn's disease, etc. See the Avapadravya, Sharkara, sugar is the Avapadravya. So if you add sugar, it is a Madhurarasa is Pittahara. So in total, this Basti is called as Picha Basti because of its Pichila nature, and it is indicated in most of the Pittaja condition, Pitta Pradhana conditions. Now, there are a lot of Anuvasada Basti yogas, lot. Let me tell you few things. In Vatarukta, you can go for Balaguru, Chadi Taila, Sahacharadi Taila, Gugdu Tiktagata, etc. Amavata, Brahat Saindavali Taila, Mahavishagarbha Taila, Chinchadi Taila, etc. Kevalavataja, Kshirabala Taila, Mahanarayana Taila, Dharmantara Taila, Brahat Chagalyadigrita, etc. Vastyamayantakagata. Gudashula, Murivenna or Jatyadigrita can be used. In constipation, Sukumara Grita. In infertility, Phalasarpi, Kalyanaka Grita, Mahanarayana Grita, Brahmi Grita, etc. So few commonly neurological conditions you can go for Sahacharadi Taila or Bala Taila, etc. And in Bala, if you want to give Anuvasana Basti, Gritas are more preferred than Tailas. Like Samvardhana Grita or Kalyanaka Grita, etc. are commonly preferred. Koshtagata Vata, then Pipalyadi Anuvasana Taila is preferred. So similarly, you can select your own Taila according to the availability. So finally, I have finished few bastis only, not more. There are many bastis in practice and in text also. I think I need, maybe time may not be enough. So I will share little bit of research updates. Like the Niruha Basti, where does it go? So we know that it goes still in the large intestine, as Binita madam had told. So if you give about 750 ml of the whole Niruha Basti, it goes to the transverse colon. It goes till the transverse colon only in the large intestine. So there was a study done by one of the institute in Karnataka, where they administered Basti with barium enema, and they took the X-ray. The film showed that the 750 ml of the Basti went till the transverse colon, and when 1200 ml of whole Niruha Basti was administered, then it went till the cecum. Now, so that was an information. And now, the preparation of Niruha Basti. So we have different methods of preparation of Niruha Basti. Like Niruha Basti has to be prepared by adding each ingredient one by one, completely mixing. Then you add the next ingredient, and next ingredient. This is the way it has to be prepared. Otherwise, it will not mix properly. But nowadays, with the development of technology, with Mixi, we can add everything together, mix, and that will also become a Basti. Okay. So if you look at both, the Basti prepared in the Mixi will be more better in looks than that is prepared with Khalwa or hand. So a study was conducted to see the emulsion effect, how long this emulsion can stay, or how well the drugs can mix, how well the molecules are binded together. So a study was conducted with 10 different methods of Basti mixing, with hand, with the Khalwa, with the Kumbhi Bashpena Taptam, and with the mixer grinder, hand alone, and all things, everything put together, everything. So the best method which came out of that study was the Basti which was mixed with the help of hand. So you take 1.5 hours to mix a Basti with hand, but you take even not 5 minutes, below 5 minutes to mix a Basti with the mixer grinder or any other instrument. But still, hand mixed Basti takes the upper hand, and the hand mixed Basti can stay more than 24 hours without separation, because the emulsion is very strong. But the others, they tend to separate fastly. So that was the result of that study. Now, another study was done to see the effect of the Basti with time of administration. So there are different times of administration of Niruha Basti. So morning, so commonly it is told that Niruha Basti should be administered in morning time, means Natik Shudhartam Shayane Manushyam. Jinna Jinana Kala Then Kritamutra Vitkam, Natikshudhartam. So that is the morning time, usually. Morning time, once you go to toilet and eliminate all your Vegas, and then you can be administered, you are fit to administer the Niruhavasti. So that is one time. But Sushruta and Vagbhata says it is Madhyana Kala, Madhyane Kinchidavritte is also told, which says that it is around 11 to 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So, and evening time also you get this Kritamutra Vitkam, Natikshudhartam time is also available in the evening before the sunset. So commonly in the night time, we don't administer any of the Shodhana procedure commonly. Either in the morning time or afternoon. This is the common practiced time of administration of Niruhavasti. So morning time or afternoon, either between 7 to 8:30, or in the afternoon by 11 to 12:30. So which time is best? Even though maybe because of the very small population, the study could not end up in any conclusion that efficacy, there is a relation between the efficacy and time of administration. There is no, the final conclusion was the efficacy is not related with the time of administration, because it was a very short, small population study, like 20 patients were taken. Not 20, 30 patients were taken. 15 in each group, in morning group 15 and afternoon group 15. But I would say that if it is a Vata Kapahara condition, it is better to give in the morning. And if it is Vata Pittaja condition, then it is better to give in the afternoon. Now, coming to the retention time and the Niruhavasti. It's a very common thing practiced by every practitioner. Most of the practitioners of Ayurveda to say that you have to retain the basti. So after administration of the basti, if the patient feels going to the toilet, please hold for some time. Still, if you can't hold, then you go to the toilet. But Acharya says that Sachapi sahasa basti kevalah samalo apiva pratyeti viryam api anilaiha panadhyay viniriyati. Which means that basti coming out soon, kevalaha sahasa api. So basti coming out soon, either alone or with mala, will surely yield apanadi doshas. Will surely have action on apanadi doshas. Apana means apana, vyana, udana, samana, all the vatas, pancha vatas. So even after that, the many physicians don't agree to this. That is why a study was carried out saying that basti, one group was holding the basti, another group was allowed, the patients were allowed to go to the toilet as soon as they feel the defecation reflex. But in both the groups, there was no difference. Moreover, the group which was allowed to go to the toilet had better results than the other group. Next, one more. Nowadays, there are a lot of ready-to-use packets are available. The packets, Tetra Pak, Bastis filled in Tetra Packs are available in the market. You can just go use the Tetra Pak, just insert the nozzle to it and administer the Basti. They use preservatives in the Basti, but the use of preservatives may be allowed because orally we use preservatives in Kashayams, and that doesn't yield much difficulty for the patients. A little bit of gastric irritation, that's all. Similarly, you can also use Basti, ready to use Basti packets for your practice. A study was also conducted in our college to see the effect of Kshara Basti in rheumatoid arthritis. So rheumatoid arthritis, there is gut microbiota are directly involved in the formation of rheumatoid arthritis. It is told that Prevotella histicola is a Fibotella histicola and Prevotella copri. There are two things. Histicola protects the body, but copri, Prevotella copri microbiota, that bacteria is responsible for the causing of rheumatoid arthritis. So rheumatoid copri number will be more in RA patients, but histicola will be less in RA patient. But after administration of Ksharabasti for 7 days, there was an increase in the histicola number and there was a decrease in the Prevotella copri number, which says that our Ksharabasti can directly act on the gut microbiota. Still, there are other studies. There was another study done to develop this tool for Samyak Niruha Basti Lakshana. So that is yet to publish, but a tool for Samyak Niruha Basti Lakshana assessment is also developed. So I think with this, let me conclude the presentation. Basti can be prepared with Yukti. Main thing has to be considered is drug mrudata or tikshnata and the dose either less or more. Textual references are only indicative, and it is the yukti of the physician to select the drug according to the will and wish of you and the effect that is needed in the patient. There's a lot of scope for research in the case of Basti. There is no mechanistic actions have been studied till date. Dose, drug action, and lot of areas are there yet to be uncovered. So there are many PG scholars here. So you have a wide range of scope in research also. Thank you. I thank everybody, who management and all the staffs of the institution, to giving me an opportunity to speak here and share my views. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very informative session about all the preparations, what we can do, that you told Yukti, how much to use according to the condition of the patient. It was very informative. So, ma'am, we will give you some 2 to 3 minutes of voice rest. So again, we will move to the Q&A session. And I will request our Vinita ma'am, Pratibha ma'am and Lohit sir, all of them to be online, unmute themselves, and I will be asking all the questions participants had put in the chat box. So, first question is to Vinita ma'am. By Dr. Ranga Padmini, she is asking, what time we have to give Niruhavasti, Kshiravasti and Ksharavasti?
Yes. Yes. It is a good question. Actually, all the Kashaya Vastis are to be administered as told by Acharya, Madhyane Kinchidavrate. That is, after the Madhyana has started. And what is this Madhyana? Madhyana, for the sake of explanation, I will tell you what is Madhyana. Generally, when we refer to Madhyana, when we say Madhyana, we may think of it as afternoon or 12 noon. There is a difference. You can divide the daytime into 3 halves, into 3. That is, there is a 12-hour daytime and 12-hour night in a day, in a 24-hour day. And in the daytime, the 12-hour is divided in 3 sections. That is, from if you calculate 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. as this daytime, then from morning 6 to 10 will be Purvana, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be Madhyana, and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. will be Abarana. So what happens is we can select the Madhyana as between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Acharya has advised to perform this Vasti after 10 a.m. Madhyane kinjidavarte, after some time has elapsed. So that is why we perform all this Niruha Vastis after 10 a.m. Preferably, you can start by about 9:30 a.m. You can prepare the patient, you can prepare the Vasidravya. All these things can be done by about 9:30, and by about 10 o'clock, you can start administering. It is the same for all Niruhavasti, whether it is Ksharavasti, Kshiravasti, or the other type of Vasti you were mentioning. But in Vaitarnavasti, there is a reference that you can do it even after Bhukti Chabi Pradiyade, after taking food and after in the evening, Sayane Chabi Pradiyade. Like that, there is a reference. That is a special indication for Vaitarnavasti. In that Vasti, you can do the Vasti in the evening. That is why I had shown a slide where Vasti was conducted in the evening. Vaitarnavasti, a research study was done. In that Vasti, in that study, actually, we did Vasti at 4 o'clock in the evening. We made the patient to have the food by about 12 o'clock, at 12:30 noon. Not immediately after the food, we did Vasti. Only after that lunch only, we performed Vasti. But the time gap was given, and by about evening, the Vasti was done. But even then, there was no complications, and the effect was seen. So it is always better to do Vasti according to the time told by the Acharya. I hope it is clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Amen. One more question is from Dr. Ranga Padmini, ma'am. What is the storage principles to be followed in instant Vasti?
Yeah, in that that was a research study I told you, and that was prepared. That instant Vasti mix was prepared from Ayurvedishala, and it had a shelf life of 1 year. So within that year, that scholar completed the work. It could not be stored. We haven't got any other preparations in that mode. Only Vaitarnavasti could be prepared in that instant, as an instant mix, because in that Vasti, the Thaila amount is less. So it could be made into that instant form.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. One more question is from Dr. Sonali. So if we want to do Nasya, Shirodhara on the same day of Vasti, then how much time required between two procedures? Or after Vasti is completed, then only we can do other procedures?
Yes. That is ideal one. Never try to perform Nasya or Shiro Murda Prayogas on the day of the Vasti, because only if you see in the text, you can see that Snehavasti is told initially, then I mean Sneha Vidhi, Sveda Vidhi, then comes Vamana, then comes Virejana, then comes Vasti, and after that only Nasya comes, isn't it? That shows that the Sharira Shuddhi is to be performed before you go for the Urdu Shuddhi. So better always, it is ideal to go for Vasti before going for a Nasya, and never try to do it together, because each are Panchakarma having specific potentials. So better don't go for Marshanasya. Pradimarshanasya, it's okay, but don't go for Marshanasya and Murda Kriyakramas, because they are all Shamana Kriyakramas, all Brahmana or Tarpana Kriyakramas. So better don't mix this Tarpana or Brahmana and Langhana. If you're intending for a Brahmana, then go for it. If you're going for if your purpose is Langhana, then go for it. Only when it is required, when it is very essential, you mix all these procedures. Otherwise, no.
Yes, ma'am. One more question from her side. Ma'am, what is the ideal time to give Niruha Vasti in child?
Children, it is the same as we go for adults. There is no special time, but I would like to give some points regarding the Vasti in children. What we have observed is that when you do Vasti in children, usually it is retained for more time. It doesn't evacuate like you go, you get in adults. Don't know whether it is because the amount is less or whether it is due to that ingredients, but it is retained for more time. And we have also observed that it is even retained for a whole day and without any complications. So you can, it is better, always better to do Niruhavasti for children as you do in adults. That is how we do in our college.
Okay, ma'am. So one more question from Dr. Sonali.
Yes.
What precautions to be taken while given Vasti to specifically in children to avoid Vasti Vyapad? Is there any kind of different precautions we have to take in children?
The same precautions only, but yes, that is what I told you. Some usually that the amount will be less, no, when we do the Vasti for children, and they may not follow all those patyakramas and all, so they may take food before the Vasti. They may not because usually we do all these things, these Vasti in neurologically ill children, those who have that psychosomatic conditions. So it is very difficult to force them into all those patyakramas we do for Vasti. So I think in children and all, we should go for Varti. As I showed you, Vasti preparations could be made into Varti and avoid all those elaborate, laborious that procedures involved before and after Vasti, like we do in adults. So it is better. We should think of doing with Varti suppositories. Vasti in the form of suppositories for children.
Yes, ma'am. To Varti also many questions are there. So I will proceed to those questions. Now, Dr. Sujata Guha, she is asking what is the administration procedure for Varti Vastis? Administration procedure.
It's the same as for suppositories. Phalavarti, like here we did with Gandharva study, Ruksha Vasti was converted into Varti form, and that was smeared with Erinda Taila and inserted into that anus. There was no Sweda, no Purvakarmas were performed before this Varti insertion. Only that Varti was inserted, and whenever it was done in the theater nearby their bed, they didn't have to go for that Sweda, Abhyanga, and all those Kriya Kramas we do before the Vasti. But that food restriction was advised, and immediately after inserting that Varti, they come to their bed and they could rest, and within half hour it was evacuated. So that was a very easy procedure with Varti.
So, ma'am, pre-procedures are not required, but post-procedures like Sansarjana Krama?
And usually Samsarjana Krama is not there in Vasti. Only that after complete evacuation, they were allowed to take bath and have food.
One more question regarding this only. Matras of Vasti Vartis according to patients. So if there any specific matra which can be used, or it varies from patient to patient like that?
I didn't get you, doctor. Please clarify. Matra of?
Matra of Varti Vasti, which we are using. Does the matra differ from patient to patient, or what is the ideal matra which we can give?
I told you that in that study, one Vasti dose of Rukshavasti was 300 milliliter. That could be made into 18 Vartis. So 18 suppositories were made with one single dose of that Rukshavasti, and of that only one Varti was used in a single day. It was not done repeatedly also. We wanted to try, but since that protocol was to use only one Vasti, on one Varti, we did only one Varti in one suppository in a patient. So it was about 1/18th of a Varti. And it may differ. In that study, we found that in some patients took time to evacuate after inserting this suppository. They took more than 1 hour, but we thought of giving one more, inserting one more Varti, but there was no need. After giving a slight sweda on the abdomen, it was evacuated. So maybe the number could change with Krura Costa patients, with in some different type of Vasti, it may differ. Like if you are converting a Madhutalika Vasti into a Varti, it can differ. Here it was only Ruksha Vasti, means there is only that Churna and Kashaya. So there was it may differ with the matra could differ with the different type of vastis, not with that patient, not in adults. Adults, it was almost the same. The matra was same. 1/18th of a vasti was sufficient in an adult for evacuation.
Okay, ma'am. One more question from Dr. Ashwini Sujata. Which type of Vasti is ideal for spondylitis?
That Dr. Pratibha was describing very beautifully, and Muladi Vasti can be used, that Madhutalika Vasti can be used depending on the stage condition of the patient. If they have diabetes, preferably we go for Madhutalika Vasti. If the patient have sufficient bella, then that Erandamuladi Vasti are used. If they have severe degeneration, then that Mustadi Yapanavasti or that Panchadiktaka Kshiravasti is very ideal in spondylosis. Panchadiktaka Kshira Kashaya will be used. Guguladiktaka Krida Dhanvandaran Taila are used for that Kshiravasti. So that would be very ideal if the patient do not have sufficient bella, because degeneration usually starts after 50, and Kshiravasti would be very ideal, because for Kshiravasti you need not give Matravasti in between. So you can go for 5 or 7 Kshiravasti in a stretch. That will give very wonderful results.
Okay, ma'am. Now, one more question. Do we take bath even after Matra Vasti? Because that time you said after Vasti, we have to take bath, we have to give bath to the patient. So even after Matra Vasti, the patient needs to take bath?
No, it is not advised. After Matra Vasti, we never go for bath. Those things are advised for Kashaya Vasti only. For Niruha, that Krama is different. Parihara Vishyas are different. For Matra Vasti, it is quite different. For Matra Vasti, we advise them to take bath, have food, that is about Padahina, isn't it? And then go for the Matra Vasti. And you wait. It is just like doing a Sneha Pana. You don't take a bath after a Snehapana. Similarly, no bath after Snehavasti. No bath. Complete rest.
So I hope Dr. Ashwini is clear. And then next question is from Dr. Anjana. Apart from Tikshna Vasti Dravya and Ushna Kala, what other probable reason for Sirashula after Niruha Vasti, and what is the line of management for it?
Shirashula after Niruha. Shirashula usually we have observed that abdominal pain, maybe because they have that electrolyte imbalance. Vasti is something which is having a drastic dehydration, causing a drastic purgation. So they may have that electrolyte imbalance after Vasti. Unlike the Virejana, everything is evacuated within 5 minutes. Whereas in Virejana, you have the whole day or of a day for evacuating. And so that is why Acharya has told to replenish these lost electrolytes. You go for the Mamsarasa, no Payadikrama. Immediately go for Mamsarasa, which can replenish the lost electrolytes in the body. So after taking food, everything must subside. And you also have to take care of their hypertension. If sometimes hypertensive patients, that headache is observed, so better advise them to take tablets if they are taking before the Vasti, and also make sure that they do not have very high BP when you perform the Vasti. Though Vasti reduces the BP, but immediately after insertion, that Vasti can cause raise in BP. Only after taking bath and having food only, it is lowered a bit. So better perform Vasti when the BP is controlled, in a control level.
Okay, ma'am. One more question is from Dr. Nihar. What could be the ideal age of starting Kashaya Vasti?
Kashaya Vasti, Acharya has told from the age of 1 year itself. So what is preventing us from doing it? You can perform in very young children to that, from infants to the very old. You can go for Vasti, but the constitution and the ingredients may differ, and also the dose, isn't it? In aged and children, you may go for Yapana Vastis or Kshira Vastis.
Yes, ma'am. One more question is there from Dr. Soumya Shri. Vaitarana Vasti can be given after how much time of food intake? So how much time gap we have to maintain?
Yeah, very good question. Acharya has told to give it immediately after food, and don't know whether immediately after food. Bhukte cha api pradiyade. So after taking food, you can give Vaitarna. So we have not that conducted it immediately after the food. I told you we had given a gap of 2 hours after food, after the lunch. So maybe we should try it immediately after, about a half hour after food, like we do for Anvasana. We may go for that Vasti. It is it to be practiced.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Next questions we will be proceeding to Dr. Lohit sir.
Thank you.
So it is for him. So Dr. Lohit sir, please unmute yourself. So can I ask, sir, you're ready?
Yeah,
So first question is from Dr. Rangapini. She is asking that Vasti is contraindicated in elderly, but we are administrating Vasti in many elderly people who are suffering from SGV. Do the dose should be less? Do we have to follow certain precautions? SGV, I think she is referring to somatic genomic variations or some neurogenetic disorders.
The question is like SGV Sandhigata Vata, it means, I believe.
Sandhigata Vata, maybe.
Maybe other part. See, elderly persons, you need to be a little careful because after 70, they have clearly mentioned the dose should be reduced to 10%. That gives an alarm. So elderly person doesn't mean that the patient is of 60 or 70. If Bala is good, you can do whatever extent. If they have said elderly person, you should not be not that easy, means you should be very careful. Of course, as Madam was telling, we can administer Neurobastage at the age of 1. Doesn't mean that we will be giving as a casual way as that of normal person. We need to be a little more cautious, be a little more alert, and we need to see. Then
Sir, we are not receiving your voice. I think there is some network issue.
hello, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is now coming. So, sir, one more question we have for you. Most common complications in Basti administration with their management. So, it is already explained by Vinita ma'am, but still, if you want to add something.
As I tried to mention what are the complications which are seen commonly, and that can be easily managed because we practiced around Neurobastia around 700 ml. To be frank, we don't get that severe complications. We tend to get like pain abdomen or sometimes headache, sometimes repeated passing of stools like 3-4 times. So that can be answered with the minimum treatment. That's not a big deal. But when you are practicing, I think more than 1,200 ml, around 1,200 ml, there may be some complication. But we never seen that severe complication, and easily we can be confidently practiced with a dose of around 700 ml. Especially this based on the bala of individual, then even Costa also, but the tolerance of Costa. Then if you're able to see this, you'll be able to assess. I don't think so there will be many complications. As I told, Parikartika sometimes, very rarely, if they have history. Otherwise, little pain abdomen is a general complication that will subside by itself by taking hot water or taking soap or maybe hot water bags. I don't think so.
Sir, it is it is unmuted. Yes, sir. Actually, voice is breaking in between.
Is it? That was answered. That was not clarity.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. So we will move on to next question. We will move on to next question. Which Vasti we can give for a stomach cancer? It is from Dr. Vishwanath Mishra, sir. Can we give any Vasti in stomach cancer, and which Vasti we can use in gastric ulcer or stomach cancer?
Stomach cancer, to be frank, we don't suggest, madam. And I never tried. I've never seen also in the.
Sir, your that mobile is, I think it is muted automatically. So we
Hello?
are not getting your voice.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, now we are getting your voice.
Yeah. As such, we don't give any Basti in gastric CA. No. And then one more question was, which Basti will practice for?
That stomach cancer only, he's asking.
No stomach.
So
I
we
don't
should
think
not
so.
give, it is contraindicated.
Yeah, I think so. No, so far I've never seen any cases.
Thank you, sir. And one more question we have from Vishwal, sir. Sometimes accidentally, if any patients take the Vasti Dravya orally, then is there any complication, or how can we manage if any complication arises?
No complication, madam. No complication. Definitely one can take orally also. No complication. Even I have tried myself, but not for a patient, just to experiment myself. I have taken no complication. But I've never seen the benefits also. Just for experiment purpose, when I took 100 and 150 ml together, I did not feel any change. Only the palatability was good than that of other. was just like an like syrup-based kashayam. Otherwise, it's good. No problem.
One more question from Vishwal sir is there. In Vaitarana Vasti, is Vaitarana Vasti we can give in diabetes and or not? And because Guda is present in that, so can it be given in diabetes or not?
I don't think so, because when you see the Falashruti of Vaitarana Basti, Shula Anaha Amavata Araha. So Shula Hanaha Amavata. So in mostly a case of Ama related conditions, we can think. But there are a number of Bastis for diabetes, we can think of that rather. To be frank, to my experience also in our hospital also, hardly we are given Vaitarana Basti for Madhumeha. But if you see, it's more of AMA related cases, more of Kleda is there in that person, definitely we can. Otherwise, when you look at the Falashruti of Vaitarana Basti, I don't think so.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Next questions, we will move on to Dr. Pratibha ma'am. It is for her. Thank you so much, sir. I think your explanation, with your explanation, everyone is clear. And so next we will move on to Dr. Pratibha ma'am.
Yes.
So ma'am, we will start.
Yeah.
So ma'am, first question is from Dr. Nibedita. In Amavata condition, which Vasti is very effective? Obviously, Vaitaran Vasti you have told. So anything you want to add in that?
In Amavata, based on the stage, you have to select the Basti. When Ama is more, then Bala is less, Vaitarana Basti. Ama is more, Bala is more, Kshara Basti. Or even Lekhana Basti. Even Erandamuladi Basti. So these are options. Based on the condition and the state of the patient, you can change or you can select the Basti among these. Erandamuladi, Lekhana, all Kafavatahara Bastis are fine. But Amavata, even when Ama is associated, sometimes Rakta involvement, Pitta involvement is also seen in some patients. Pitta involvement is also seen. In that condition, change into a little bit of Pittahara drugs you have to add to that, like Manjishtadi Ksharabasti. You can make something like that, Manjishtadi Ksharabasti, or Guduchadi Ksharabasti. You select your own drug and you can do the Basti. So generally Amavata, these three, mainly Vaitarana, Kshara and Erandamuladi Niruhavasti.
One more similar question is from Dr. Soumya Shri. She is asking which Vasti can we give in RA positive and high ESR condition? If patient is RA positive or high ESR, it is same. It is Amavata case only.
Same. See, Amritottara Kashaya can be made into Basti and administered. If Pitta is also associated, Manjishta, Amritottara, these are some of the alteration you can make in this Ksharabasti.
Okay, ma'am. One more question from Dr. Sujata Falke. She is asking, can we give Mustadi Yapanavasti in palliative care for chemotherapy? Patients who are taking chemotherapy, can it be administered?
It can be administered. See that if Balavan, usually Durbala, they will be Durbala only. So reduce the dose. You can make it 400, 500 ml and give the Mustadi Yapanavasti. That can be given.
Okay, ma'am. So a next question is from Dr. Tarun Kumar. He is asking, is there any effect of changing the Basti amount like 300, 400, 600 or 1000 ml rather than more surface contact time which promotes absorption?
Okay. Now that was time and the dose. Relation between the time and the dose and the effect. So very beautiful question. Now see, if the dose is very less, like Anuvasana Basti. Anuvasana Basti is fully lipid, and rectum is the rectum can absorb lipids, especially short chain fatty acids. When you prepare a basti, prepared basti, I mean Aushadhi Samyukta Basti, when you heat it and make it into a paka and administered in Anuvasana Basti, so then it becomes low short chain fatty acids. They are easily absorbed from the rectum. And in the if you go a little bit higher, like descending colon, etc., the upper part, the large intestine, the last part, descending colon, only water is absorbed. So you can administer about 300, 400, it may reach till there. So when it becomes 600, it reaches till transverse colon, where water only is absorbed. So our Niruha Basti is water in oil emulsion. So Niruha Basti will be absorbed. Now, Basti, when you say the effect of a Basti, Basti Nana, because of its, the effect of Basti is because of Nana Vida Dravya Samyoga. Different drugs are very much essential to get the effect of the Basti. I'm sure that Basti absorbed will be surely going to produce effect. But more than that, there are a lot of other things which are involved in producing the effect in the Basti, which are unrevealed till today. We hope that stimulation is one of the very, very important factor in producing the effect of any Shodhana procedure. To produce any effect, stimulation is the first thing than drug absorption. Stimulation is the first thing that will produce the result, because a change in the brain, a stimulation in production of different receptors or neurotransmitters, which happen with Basti. A Basti drug from the how long the Basti stays in the body? Maybe maximum 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or not more than that. So with this, with a very short duration, the drug effect, so much of drug effect cannot be achieved. So it is more of a stimulation, because there is a gut brain, and our brain, there is a relation. So there are a lot of things, relation between the gut brain and the brain. So because of that, there is a lot of stimulation, neurological stimulation, chemical stimulation, mechanical stimulation, etc., etc. These happens. So the effect is produced because of that. If you want an effect with that also, the Basti at least has to reach the transverse colon, because the neuronal connection is there in the whole large intestine. So whole stimulation can be achieved, but when the quantity is more. Of course, when you put a dravya in a very less quantity, there will be effect. But when it is in the proper dose, the effect will be more. Shodhana will be more. That is what is required, is expected from a Niruha Basti. Time of contact may increase the absorption to a bit more, but I hope the dose is also equally important in producing the effect.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. One more question from Dr. Tarun Kumar. If you can show the portable Shirovarti Yantra, I wish it. He's asking for Shirodhara Yantra, which we found in your resume. So he has noted that portable Shirodhara Yantra. If it is with you, if you can show the photograph or where it is available.
So it is, we have prepared it, and we have IP of that also, but it's actually prepared in the company, but very soon it will be coming to the market. Then
so ma'am, whenever it comes to the market, you please share with us.
Okay,
So
okay, sure.
all the participants can get that.
Sure,
So
sure.
any other question from any participant, you can ask, raise your hands and ask directly, or else we will move to the next session.
चार्ट बॉक्स में वो दो क्वेश्चन आए.
Anyone wants to ask? Can we use ready kashaya? Dr. Sumitra is asking, can we use ready kashaya for Vasti?
I think it may be used because the kashaya, commonly we use fresh kashaya. That is very, very good. But when it is not available, you can use ready kashaya, which is added with preservative. Since the orally use of this kashaya, we commonly use oral kashayas, which contains preservatives, that doesn't produce much difficulty to the patient. Moreover, it produces almost all good positive response in the patient. Similarly, that can also be added to the Niruha Basti, and that can be given through rectal route. You can use.
One more question we have got from Dr. Shiza. She's asking that, ma'am, can you give an ideal Vasti schedule in chronic constipation?
It is not the schedule. You have to see the reason, whether it is Rukshata, whether Rukshata is the reason or some other thing is the reason for constipation. Rukshata, always it will not be the Rukshata alone. Rukshata will be there, but the reason sometimes may be the there may be Pachana or Deepana needed. So in such conditions, you can use Yoga Basti pattern or Kala Basti pattern. And for Kashaya Basti, we had a Vibandhara Basti, which contained Badara Kashaya. Badara Kashaya, and in place of Sneha, we had Sukumara Ghata, Badara Kashaya, and a little bit of honey and Saindava. And I think in Kalka, we had Trifala Churna. So you can make a Basti out of this, and that Basti can be given in Yoga Basti pattern. That may be good. If it is because of Rukshata, like very old patients and all, then it is the cause is Rukshata only is the cause. Then you can go for only Anuvasana Basti. As Matra Basti you can give with Sukumara Ghata. That will yield you good result. Brahmi Ghata is also good to reduce constipation.
Thank you, ma'am. So some people from Shalakya Tantra also asking that is there any effective Vasti for Shalakya Tantra like IENT and Shiroroga diseases?
Of course, yes. There are Chakshusha Bastis explained. They are commonly Pittahara in nature. There is a Basti with Dadima, etc. I cannot remember all the ingredients of the Basti, or Dadhimanda Basti, which are Chakshusha in nature. So this Bastis can be used even in the Shalakya Tantra also. Generally, if you see the benefits of Basti, even Indriya Prasadana is a general indication of almost all the Bastis. Okay, so Basti itself is good for even Indriyas.
One more question, ma'am, from Dr. Mohit. So he is asking, ma'am, ready kashaya while using orally, we are diluting in 4 times water. So while using in Basti, should it be diluted in the same way or can it be used directly without dilution?
It will be better if you dilute. But in orally, you take only kashaya. But here you have different other ingredients also, like sneha, other things are also there. So I have not used, but I think even without dilution also you may be able to use, because it will get diluted by when you add honey. Honey, if you see the honey, it contains 90% water and 10% different things. So you are almost diluting it. Even unknowingly, you are diluting it. So that can be used even without dilution also. I don't have much idea about it.
Madam,
We'll have to use and see.
Definitely we can use as such. We need not to dilute, I believe. Of course, we are using the same kashayas, bottle kashayas also we will be using. If you dilute, I think the quality will come down. We can use the same.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you, sir. One last question is there, ma'am. Which Vasti is useful in lumbar disc bulge or disc degenerative cases? So already Vinita ma'am has answered, but if you want to add something.
So disc bulge and degenerative is Gridrasi only. So Erandamuladi Niroha Basti, Kafavatahara. If you want, if it is degenerative, means if it has become Kevala Vataja, then you can go for some Brahmana Bastis like this one. Mustadi Apana, Kshira Basti, that can be used. You just have to see the doshas, that's all.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I hope everybody's doubts are clear, because very beautifully all the three speakers have described bit by bit everything about Basti. And there should not be any doubt now if one has attended from starting to end. So next we will move on to our conclusion session, and I will invite our Vice Principal, Dr. Surendra Kumar Bishwal, sir, for vote of thanks.
Well. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. S.K. Bishwal, Vice Principal of Sri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Harkabad. First of all, I would like to convey my gratitude and vote of thanks to our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Shalendra Singh Yadav, and Dr. Sunita Jadhav, Honorable Director, Madam, for their kind support as well as presence in this great webinar, though in their busy schedule. Then I would like to convey my vote of thanks to our principal, Professor Dr. Srinivas CK, for who inaugurated this webinar, that is Vasti Prabodhanam 2023. Then Dr. Lohit BA, Associate Professor, Department of PG Studies in Panchakarma, SDM Ayurved College, Hassan, has beautifully narrated regarding the Basti Karma. In his talk, he also described classical doses, modification indications, contraindications, and pre and post karma of Basti Karma, as well as the dietetics after the Basti Karma. So I would like to thanks Dr. Lohit sir for his eminent speech in the session, in the first session. And then Dr. Binita, a professor, Department of Panchakarma, Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior College, Kottagal, has distinctly and elaborately tell about the efficacy of Basti Karma as well as about the Upakarma of Basti Karma, common Basti Yoga, etc. On behalf of our institution, I would like to thanks you, madam, for your nice presentation. Then Dr. Pratibha CK, Professor cum HOD, Department of Panchakarma of GS Ayurved Medical College, Hapur, has described different types of Bhakti Karma as well as the procedure details. So I would like to convey my vote of thanks to Dr. Pratibha Madam for a nice and informative presentation. Besides, all three eminent speakers have explained satisfactorily to the viewers during the examination questions session. So once again, I would be thankful to all honorable speakers. And finally, I would like to thanks to the whole team who has organized this webinar. First, Dr. Pritimai Sahu, Associate Professor, Kaichiksa Department of our college, very nicely hosted the program. So I would like to thanks and congratulate for the success of the program. Then I would like to thank to Dr. Vishwanath Mishra, Professor HOD of Panchakarma Department of Sri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital. And then I would like to convey my vote of thanks to Dr. Niharanjan, Associate Professor of Sri Babu Singh Jai Singh Ayurvedic Medical College Hospital, for nice concept of this webinar. Dr. Sinas BS, Assistant Professor, has created all the computer graphics and make the webinar grand success. So I would like to share my vote of thanks to Dr. Sinas BS. $644 participants. 644 registered participants had participated in this webinar through Zoom and YouTube live. I would like to thanks all the participants for listening the all session and participating in all the session. Again, I would like to thank you all for this beautiful and successful webinar. I hope all of success to all the team for this nice work and good effort. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishwal sir, for your word of appreciation for all of us. And of course, all of us together only had made this a grand success, along with all the participants also. So coming to the end, we will move on to our national anthem. So everyone will stand in honor of national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. So with this, we are ending our webinar, Vasti Prabodhanam 2023. And all the participants who have attended more than 75 minutes will receive the certificates through mail. And the videos of lectures will be uploaded in the Google Drive, from where you can download We will share the link in the group also. So within 1 week, you all will be receiving all the certificates. So thank you so much, everyone, for being with us and making our path beautiful and successful. Namaskaram to all.